Hello, everyone. Probably should have moved that thing before I put the screen on me. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Thank you, everyone, for being here. It's amazing. I already have like 50 people in the chat. No, 72 people in the chat already. This is awesome. Thank you guys so much. I am Lauren Cadilac, aka OG Cadillac, aka Mother of the Decade, aka legal YouTuber. I don't know what you call it. Live streamer. Oh, you guys. Hold on, let me see if I can show you. Across from my office window, yes, is a building that's being torn down. Y'all see that? And yesterday they started putting these dirt piles in. And Belinda and I were watching that. I thought it was really fun. Okay. Good morning! This week was the best week of the whole trial. It was so good. This week was everything for me, okay? I loved this week. I loved this week. So, we're going to get into that. Before we do, I want to talk some serious business. My birthday is in 22 days from now. However, the official birthday celebrations begin on Sunday, September 1st. I take the whole month. It's my month. It's my birth month. Hello, hello. All right. In celebration of my birth month, my favorite month, I am donating 43%. Where'd I get that random ass number? That's how old I'm about to be. I know, shocker, right? Okay, I'm going to donate 43% of super chats, Cashapp donations, merch purchases, pretty much any of the funds I earn through this channel. 43% are going to go to support the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. I've been supporting them for a few months now. I know it sounds like an old hat or something, but they have run 2 years in a row, very successful missions, with the priority being finding kids who are high risk to begin with, as in runaway foster children, runaways in general, that kind of thing. The kids that the media doesn't make a big hoodoo about, that's who they're looking for. And they're finding about 200 kids a year. I would love for us, me and my trial geeks, all my viewers out there, to be able to help fund an entire one of those missions. I think it'd be so dope. So, we begin the birthday celebration today, and it will extend through the whole month of September. 43% of all contributions will go to that wonderful, wonderful organization. All right. I have said a gazillion times throughout this trial, and I'm going to say it again. The contrast between the presentation and skill set of the defense and the presentation and skill set of the prosecution are, in my mind, the best example of you get what you pay for. You get what you pay for. We are not that as Americans. I know we got some Canadians in the audience today. We sometimes have some Australians and some folks from Zimbabwe and whatnot. So welcome and thank you for being here. But to my American audience, as Americans, we are not really fans of paying taxes. My first and best example for you is what we call the Boston Tea Party. As an aside, anytime anyone bitches at you about people protesting or rioting, do what I do. This is what I do. I say, gee, you must have really hated the Boston Tea Party, huh? I bet that really pissed you off. That just stops them dead ass in their tracks. We are a country built on dissent. Do you understand? We are a country built on dissent and a distaste and disdain for paying taxes. That is who we are. It is woven into our culture. It doesn't matter if you're here in Texas, if you're in Atlanta, if you're in Idaho. Yeah, we have different cultures state to state. But one thing that unites us is a disdain for paying taxes. Okay. Well, when you don't like to pay taxes, I mean, you get what you pay for. So we don't pay a lot of taxes. We don't get a lot of good lawyers on the government rolls. I have a friend who's a government lawyer, and she's the best lawyer there. And I keep telling her, you need to leave. Working for the government is beneath you. That's what I tell her. Okay. The last 3 days of this trial, well, 4, because we saw each other Friday. We didn't get to see much of Steele's cross that day together. Have been the best example of you get what you pay for. I swear. We started Monday. Here we go. We started Monday. Steele is resuming his cross-examination of Woody. Hold on. Before we get into that. I wish I had like a way to draw for y'all, but I don't. I want to take a little walk down legal history lane with you. I want to talk to you. There was a group, or is a group, called the NAACP. I'm sure you've all heard of them. In the 1940s, those incredibly intelligent dudes, let me just go look up what their names were. Okay, so the NAACP had all these great lawyers. One of them ended up being a Supreme Court justice. Those lawyers came together, and I'm talking, these are, like, to me, this is the smartest strategy I've ever heard. They wanted to overcome segregation, right? And so they come together and they say, how do we do that? How do we do that? How can we overcome such a big deal? I know. Let's first go to a public law school. The reason we go to a law school is because legislators and judges are lawyers usually, right? A lot of people who run to be, especially back then, had been lawyers, legislators, whatever. And all lawyers have this experience of law school. You can't become a lawyer without going to law school, period, end of story. So if we go to a state school, such as the University of Texas at Austin, and we find a black student there that has different conditions than the white students that make it difficult to complete law school and pass the bar, that is something judges could empathize with. And so that group of insanely brilliant lawyers went forward, and they then filed Painter v. Sweat, which was Herman Sweat was at the UT Law School. And I think most of these people were just volunteers. Like the Brown versus Board of Education, which was their finale, that was a volunteer family. And I'm pretty sure Herman Sweat was a volunteer here. So he was put into a basement. He wasn't given the same books. I mean, it was really terrible how they were treating him. And so that group of brilliant minds at NAACP first went with Painter v. Sweat, and then they worked their way. They worked their way down the education ladder, but up the rights ladder, so to speak. Okay, so as a group, they come together. They say, let's start at law school. Then they go down to college, then now elementary. We end with Brown versus Board of Education. All right, so if you go look at that period of time, that decade or two, as an entire legal strategy, you will be mind blown. You're like, holy shit, these guys, and they were guys, there were no women doing this. They were so fucking smart, you guys. Like, oh my God. I think, like, what if I had never hit my head? Maybe I could have been that smart. But anyhow, that level of strategy, that coming together, the brilliance of the minds, we saw that this week in Atlanta. We saw that. We saw that in Fulton County. So what we saw Brian Steele with the 3.5 days of really foundation. We already know Woody's a liar. Everybody already knows that. Woody said I was a liar, you know. So he lays this rock solid foundation, right? And then you get Weinstein in his like 10 minutes. Woody's found God and is honest now. Then you move into YSL Silver Fox, who comes in and shows this picture, and Woody says, yeah, I was doing rap music and somebody else published that for me. I was in jail when that picture got published. Well, you know what? That's the defense that the defense has been using all along. So boom, reinforce that. And then you move to Schardt. Who fucking killed it? Who killed it? By the end of Schardt's cross-examination, I was completely convinced that Woody killed Nut, that Woody shot up the studios, that Woody shot up the bar. This is all Woody. Everything that we just saw, like this whole 2.5 months, Woody. Crazy. When I watched this cross-examination of Woody unfold, I mean, y'all, these guys, I'm so excited. Like, the fact that I got autographs for these guys, the fact that I shook Brian Steele's hand. I'm like getting emotional. Look, I'm tearing up. I'm literally emotional. Their advocacy skills are so incredible. Oh my God, if only I could be as good of a lawyer as any of them. Oh my. Okay. I'm literally emotional. Their work is so good, it makes me emotional. Okay. Let me calm down. So let's go. This is my plan for today. I would like to do a brief overview of the 2 days of Brian Steele. I don't want to get deep into it. You watch other YouTubers, you know all about it. I really want to watch with you day 3 though. I want to watch with you Weinstein, Adams, and Schardt. When I saw it, I said, I can't wait to watch Schardt with my viewers. Like, this was the best week of lawyering. K-Way says, Steele and Schardt was like Shaq and Kobe. Shaq saw a killing, and then Kobe came through in the 4th and closed the game out. I would argue the 4 of these gentlemen working together were kind of like back when the Spurs had Tim Duncan, Manu Ginobili, Tony Parker, and the 4th dude. His name escaped me. I mean, absolute talent. Raw, incredible talent. Okay. Katie, thank you. I love you as well. I love meeting with you guys. I'm just a freedom-loving American, y'all. I am just a liberty and justice for all type American. That's it. I just want to see the rules applied to everyone the same way across the board. Why write the goddamn rules if we're not going to follow them and apply them the same way across the board? Also, I really don't like rules. If we're honest, I don't like rules. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Grateful 1509. I'm sorry I went on that historical tangent to you, but the work of those NAACP lawyers, like if you look into what they did, is mind-blowing. And the fact that I feel that these lawyers in Fulton County this week reached that, like almost that, this is amazing lawyers. This is not like everyday shit, okay? This is like, okay. I'm hoping the hand gestures express to you how I feel. I mean, I just got emotional, y'all. I mean, this was, okay. I was really pissed. Monday morning we come in. Remember, they had Thursday and Friday off, and that was to work on the IT shit. They come in, and right away it's an IT problem. Judge interrupts them right away. They go on like an immediate break.
Sent this over the highlighter redaction
This is on the
to
break.
defense counsel to confirm that the portions highlighted are the portions that need to be redacted. No one brought up to my attention at all that I missed a particular highlight.
Okay.
So we would ask that.
So this is Monday morning, and Schardt is like, yo, they did something. The prosecution played something they said they wouldn't. Transcript is wrong. Mistrial.
And do you believe that you missed a
You received my email.
No.
Oh, okay.
Hey, there's Shannon
Ms.
Stilwell.
Crystal, you haven't received an email from me? Ms. Hilton, did you?
That it should never have been done in this manner, and we're just watching videos for a day plus. So my objection is that the state should never have played that portion at all. It's a line, all the lines, 10 through.
First, love the sweater with the turtleneck. Absolutely love it. That courtroom is not that cold, y'all. It really isn't. She has it set at 67.8. It's not that cold. Okay. But I love this look. Also, I love Steele's suit. I love it. I didn't notice earlier that it has this stripe pattern to it. I really like it now. That's all. Just
Through 19.
Okay, because your objection is to the methodology
Yes.
in which they're conducting the impeachment.
Yeah, there's two. That's not. That wasn't impeachment. Detective Dennis' statements.
All right, well, we had an opportunity to go.
Oh.
Different question.
sorry. I don't know what day this was. I thought, did Steele start? I swore Steele started on Friday.
Can you tell the jury how Jeffrey Williams doing you a favor 3 days before in that vehicle, the Infinity vehicle from Hertz, how does that put Jeffrey Williams involved in the killing of Donovan Thomas?
Objection, speculation.
Great question. Great question, Mr. Steele. How does renting a car for you, Woody, bring my client into this?
They asked this question to verify it.
Okay, that's that question overruled on that basis.
Thank you. The judge did make some good, decent rulings, although I do feel she still is YFN. There's no
Does that
doubt.
support your statement to the police?
Huh?
How does that corroborate or verify your statement to the police?
What you mean?
That Jeffrey was involved in anything to do with the killing of Mr. Thomas?
The police did it.
Okay. Number two, you were asked by the district attorney specifically a little while ago that Jeff.
I don't know if y'all noticed, but in our thumbnail, there is a hint of Glanville in the smoke rising from the pot. Okay. That's because Glanville is part of the prosecution. He arises from the steam because he's part of the damn ingredients. He's as much prosecution as the prosecutors, in my mind.
Free.
Okay. Now we get into more Steele cross-ex. I do love the bright pink on Miss Hilton. If y'all watch Seti Nash, he noticed a correlation between Miss Love wearing a white jacket and her being a total bitch. And he played a video of that, and he is right. So something about a white jacket gives Miss Love some serious damn attitude, okay? Crazy. Remember the one time that Glanville was like, no, I already made my ruling, you keep pushing. And she's like, well, Your Honor. And he's like, nah, stop pushing. She was in white. Okay, whatever day this was. I don't know what day any of the weeks are anymore, okay? Love this sweater. Oh my god, I love this sweater. It's beautiful. If anyone can find a version of the sweater for $50 or under, let me know. I'll buy it for my man. It's beautiful. Matthew's looking good in the blue. All right, here comes our jury. Here we go. Did y'all notice how Woody got more and more casual? Remember he started Monday with like the suit and he's kind of gradually got more casual? I did, I noticed.
Like, hey, I'm not asking you to remember, but it's January 10th, 2015, okay? But Donovan Thomas is killed that night. Or he's shot that night, okay? I'm asking you this. After he's shot, do you remember being at Jeffrey Williams' home at some point at the Sky House in Atlanta, Georgia?
Man, my mind, I had blanked out. Too many people were calling. I can't remember everything that happened that night.
Okay.
That-
Do you? That's okay. I'm just asking questions. We're getting the. You're giving the testimony. It's fine.
Brian Steele is like, oh, first I have to say something. Every time Steele says, like you know, you say you as an umbrella, right? Every time Steele says C, he says C as in Colette. And that's his wife. And I think that's so sweet and cute. And I know some other YouTubers made comments like, he doesn't even know Foxtrot, Tango, Yankee. If you are my man, and you say L as in Lauren and C as in Cadillac, and I could see that. Like, I could go watch what you did or what you're doing at work on YouTube or wherever. You know what's going to happen when you get home? You get some extra loving when you get home. Do you understand? Every time he says C for Colette, I'm like, oh, he's such a good husband. He's so wonderful. That's all it takes for me. I'm so easy. Thank you, Kay. I appreciate that. I do want to take this moment of my brief pause here that we are donating for my birth month. 43% of all merch purchases, super chats, super likes, Cashapp to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, which is a wonderful organization doing great work to find at-risk kids. I think it's wonderful. Welcome to Prince, Alda, everybody welcome. Thank you for joining us. And do not forget, 43% of proceeds starting today and ending at the end of September will be going to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Okay. Excuse me. Steele just stays calm. He's
After Donovan Thomas is killed, after the news got out that he's killed, the information, did you ever see a posting by Jeffrey Williams about Donovan Thomas's death that night, or January 11, 2015? Do you remember that on social media?
I don't remember that night.
All right. Okay. Did anybody with the police department, the federal authorities, homicide, I'm including everybody, or the district attorney's office ever come back to you and say, hey, I want to talk to you more about Jeffrey Williams and Donovan Thomas falling out like you told us? Did they ever try to corroborate that? And if that's a bad word, I'm going to rephrase it.
Once I got
That's a bad word. I like every time Steele uses like a somewhat large word, he's like, "Hold on, that's a bad word." Or if Woody doesn't answer his doesn't understand Steele's question, Steele's like, "Oh, I asked a bad question. I'm bad. I'm inartful." And I'm thinking the self-deprecation must really go well with the jury. The jury's looking at these people in their suits and with their fancy education and you make a lot of assumptions about lawyers. You know, people are always shocked that I'm a lawyer because like I curse a lot, and I think because I have short bangs, I don't know why people are surprised I'm a lawyer. Like, if you get to know me, I am very adversarial. Actually, you don't have to get to know me to know that. So I'm not really sure. But, you know, people have the stereotype of what a lawyer is, what a lawyer isn't. So I believe that Steele does that kind of self-deprecating thing to kind of, like, lower his status a little, kind of make him seem a little more human, so to speak. Yes, grateful. I am a good person. I had a really rough and traumatic, abusive childhood. It was awful. And so when I heard about the work that the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children is doing, I mean, I'm just like, I'm supporting that, period. You know, as bad and hard and awful as my childhood was, I at least lived in my own home, like my mom's home. At least I knew my abuser personally. At least I grew inside of her. So it does really resonate with me. But if we could not tell people that I'm nice, if we could just stick with the narrative that I'm a bitch, I would appreciate it. All right, I like having that stone cold outer. All right, here we go. Back to Steele. Enough about me.
Out anytime. Did they ever come back to you and challenge you or ask you about this conversation that you had?
I love Woody's face.
I can't remember if they have. But I don't think. Outside the interior, once they went locking me up, we went there to talk about it.
It was over, right? You gave your statement. They don't come back to you and ask you about this, right?
Right.
All right. I'd like to go to another part of your statements, and this is where you told the detectives, again, it's June 10th, 2015, that you tried to get Mr. Williams or Jeffrey, and do you know who Bloody J is?
I heard of.
I heard of it.
Given name Justin Ussery.
It makes me laugh, dude. Like, Woody's
That's
answers
fine.
are,
I mean,
in my
Bloody
mind,
J,
just
okay?
absolutely
Do you remember
hilarious.
telling the police, and this is you're on a JW-240D.
I'm going to try to contact Woody and see if after he's done
3781E,
testifying, maybe he'll
June
come
10th,
and be on my show. That'd be
2015.
cool. All right, so this day we're on, I can't find it, but at a certain point in this day, Miss Love gets so fucking upset. She's like throwing arms towards Hilton. She's flailing around.
Jail, as well as
Really bizarre.
were you held in the
Aggressive.
Fayette County Jail. Do you ever remember that?
Maybe it's here.
Yes.
Just to be fair, so yes. Or no. And you are aware that jail calls are recorded. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, is it true that at times people in
They
jail...
were standing. Let's see if it's here. I mean, she got aggressive. And that's how Miss Hilton got her name. Saint Nikki Hilton, patron saint of courtroom patients. Which I do plan on letting her know I've named her that. Because for her to not smack Miss Love upside the damn head when Miss Love is doing her flailing and shit. I mean, the fact that Nikki Hilton has never elbowed Adrian Love in the damn nose is a testament to her patience. And again, that is why I sainted her.
This is nothing that he can authenticate.
Like, I don't have the ability to actually saint somebody, like to give them sainthood, because well, first of all, I'm not Catholic, but secondly, you know, I think only like the Pope can do that or something. However, in this case, I did go ahead and give myself that right and ability. Oh, here, yeah, you're right, it's right before the first break. Here we go, hold on. Because this is day 119 of the trial. Okay, day 119, but we are 37 weeks deep. If Miss Hilton had got pregnant when the jury was seated, she'd be having her baby any minute now. So the fact that she hasn't hit Miss Love behind this behavior you're about to watch, she deserves sainthood, y'all. Come on.
But I'm about to listen to something.
I think he's having a little issue. Sorry.
Oh, we got a lot of Virgos in the audience today. Okay, welcome, my fellow Virgos. A lot of perfection in the chat today.
Care to have a restroom break anyway? Let's
We're
have
watching
a
Miss Love.
short recess
She's supposed to
while
be
we get that
flailing
queued up.
her
It's about time for a restroom
hitting
break.
people and shit. Ooh, Nikki just yelled at her. Ooh! Now, Love's yelling back at Nikki. Don't let him do that. Don't let him do this. Don't let him do that. Don't let him do that. Don't do this. Don't do that. Can you believe this? See that arm grab? My mom used to do that, but she would twist. Look at what Miss... Ooh, I'm glad Miss Love never had children of her own, y'all. She's so much like my mother. Oh my God, she's so much like my mother. And then you become part of the prosecution, so that way, as a child abuser, you yourself are not.
however long it takes the jury to get back, 10-ish minutes.
Bitch is going crazy. That is how Saint Nikki Hilton was earned her sainthood, y'all. Okay, Grateful Eight says I don't push her. Look, I have told y'all 100,000 times, like, if I had to work with Miss Love, it wouldn't. I couldn't. I could not work with Miss Love. I would. Yesterday, I called this government lawyer, and she said, she had left a message, so I called her. This bitch, I said, hey, it's me. I'm calling you back. She said, oh, yeah, I heard you're suing us. I said, yeah. I'm just trying to get my client's, property paid for. Okay, well, I don't see any cause of action here. I said, okay, well, write that in your response. I'll deal with it then. She says, okay. And I said, well, she had like kind of an attitude. So I said, well, then I could just add bad faith to the claim. I'll just sue you for bad faith. And then this hoe says to me, what do you believe are the elements of bad faith in Texas? I said, oh, you must think that I'm a fucking toddler talking to me that way, but I am a 42-year-old woman and a member of the state bar just like you. You do not fucking speak to me that way. She goes, well, oh, okay, well, can we pretend that didn't happen? I said, no, you can fuck off. I said, don't call me ever again, just email me, bitch. I hung up on her. She's lucky she's in Austin and I'm in Dallas and we're on the phone. That's all I'm going to say. Fucking talk to me that way. All right, so I would not take kindly to Miss Love's behavior, all right? Lauren Cadilac does not be, I don't got tolerance for shit like that. I'm a grown woman. I am a member of the bar. You will treat me as such. And that's, I'm sure, how Nikki Hilton feels, which is why she got sainthood, y'all. Okay, let's go. So, the best day was Wednesday, and I really just want to do every minute of Schardt with y'all. So. Marley says, stiff clip caddy. All right, I did stay in Oak Cliff for well over a decade. So you're right. I do have a little bit of that, like, don't make me take my earrings out. One time I was arguing with a lawyer. He's like, are you fighting with me? I said, no. Have I removed my earrings, sir? He started laughing. Exactly, motherfucker. No, I'm not fighting. Until you see the earrings come out. Then you know we fighting. Then you know it's on. It's on like Donkey Kong. I had another lawyer, just since I'm on a tangent. I had another lawyer call me yesterday talking about, oh, well, we haven't talked, but I'm the lead attorney on this case. Okay, first of all, middle-aged white man, I do not give a flying fuck what your job title is, okay? I'm the HBIC here at Cadillac Law. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody cares, okay? So then he starts talking shit, and this is this and this. And I said, well, you know what? Here's the thing. My client is in her late 70s. She is no taller than 5 foot, if. No Dallas jury is going to hear this story and side with you. Okay? Cough up the dough, motherfucker. Come on. And I'm sassy and I have an attitude. I'm with you guys. But in front of a jury, you better believe I'm going to cake that shit on. I'm the nicest little girl. They're like, oh, that's that Cadillac woman. My God. What a... Okay? And then having a cute little grandma up there and you ripped her off? Do not. Don't try me. No. I just wish people would stop ripping each other off. Lauren Cadillac's in Dallas. So if you're in Dallas, stop fucking trying to steal from people, because I'm coming for you. Okay? Okay. Okay. All right, so, sorry. I've had a lot of caffeine this morning. I've had a lot of caffeine. All right, let's get into it, because this was, oh, God. I mean, if I was a law professor, I would show clips of these men doing this cross, and I'd be like, if we could only be this great.
The most truthful thing I ever said is what I just said by calling myself a liar.
You can ask
Yeah,
him that
I
as
thought,
well.
I thought I could. I'm just want to make sure that I'm not violating. So I think I
can love.
covered it, but it's really that the environment, that he didn't ask for that meeting, what his belief is between the judge, former judge, excuse me, I'll make it clear, and the stated.
Okay, so he's talking about what he's going to ask Woody about the
I went to my
ex parte. They go through that. He did ask Woody about the ex parte. It did come across a little weird. Like, if I was in the jury, I'd be like, why is he in this meeting with the judge? That's weird.
They trying to make the shit. They trying to make it seem like it's in third. Try to get excited.
I'll allow it.
Who did you believe put out the videos? To ask you also.
Okay, judge is actually ruling in favor of defense here and there, so that's excellent.
Recorded call. And by the way, tell the jurors who you're speaking with in relation to you.
A friend.
Did you hear you discuss and you say that this is crazy? You tried to talk your way out of it. It didn't work. Your friend says that that's the problem, is that you talk too much and that you need to be quiet. She says a different term. And you ask, you say that doesn't your friend realize that you're kicking yourself? Mr.
Okay,
Copeland.
Steele
and
goes
it's
on.
from the live feed, Your Honor.
Let's watch some of this while I run to a comfort break.
And just listen to this, and if it's wrong, you just correct it.
I was only protecting him.
So when you told the detective about what happened the night of Donovan Thomas's murder, were you protecting a threat?
Yes, I was gonna keep threat name out of it as much as possible.
Did threat have something to do with Donovan Thomas's murder?
I don't know what threat got something to do with it, but I know that there was the last person I gave that car to.
What car?
The car, the Infinity car. And I wasn't gonna say nothing about it.
What Infinity car did you give the threat?
The Infinity car that I had.
Okay. Is this the same car that you went to the rental car place with Thug and Thug rented the Infinity?
I'm talking about the gray Infinity car that me and Zachary was riding in. I wrecked the car, put up on threat, gave the car the threat, and I left.
Okay. Is this the same Infinity that you told police that you went to the Hertz rental car place with Thug when he rented the Infinity?
I just told you that I gave threat that car.
Ms. Copeland, that's not what she asked, so listen to what she asked and then answer that as best you can.
Here's another thing I was thinking about. It is a huge, huge benefit, I believe, as an attorney, to have all of your trial on law and crime so you can go back. What did he say? You could literally go back and figure out what he said. Or you could do shit like this. Impeach someone. Hey, you remember a few days ago when you said this? No? Okay, boom. Amazing. It's really good. And you can see how you're doing. Like, did that go over well? You know, should I change this up? It's amazing.
You're saying you gave threat that Infinity. Is that what you're saying?
Hold on one second. Y'all just confused me. What you say, Yana?
Well, I wanted Ms. Hilton to ask the question clearly and you listen to it and answer it. So ask the question you asked him a minute ago if that's what you want the answer to.
The Infinity that you're talking about, is that the Infinity that you went to the Atlanta airport with Thug when he rented the Infinity?
What you asking?
You're talking about an Infinity that you
gave the threat, correct?
Or this was
The
Woody's
infinity
start
that
over.
you're
He was
referring
looking
to,
so nice too, y'all.
is that the infinity that you went to the Atlanta airport with Thug when he
Now,
All right. So he showed him that clip.
I want to talk with you about the night of Donovan Thomas's shooting. Eventually that evening, is it true that you're at Jeffrey Williams' home?
I didn't hear you.
Were you at Jeffrey Williams' home at all after Donovan Thomas's shooting later that night or early the next morning, before you went to the police department?
I was all over the place.
Okay. Do you personally know whether Sprinter vans were already summoned to come and pick people up that evening to take them down to Miami for Jeffrey Williams to perform and do shows and work in the studio? And if you don't know, just say, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Every time we went with him, it just be like, spare the moment.
Okay. So Thug travels
When
for
you
the
went to
moment.
Miami, not the night of Donovan Thomas's killing, not the next day, but the next day. And if you don't remember, I'm wrong, just correct me. You went with Miss Quarterman, Deshaun Quarterman, and your child. Is that true?
To my wedding, when I went to Miami,
Yes, sir. After Donovan Thomas's shooting, a couple of days later.
it was just me, my baby mama, and my little girl.
And do you remember if you flew to Miami or you drove?
We had to drive because I don't think I ever caught a plane with her.
Okay.
Okay.
And
That's
do you-
important, y'all. Him and his baby mama left town to go to Miami and they drove. They didn't fly. Thug didn't pay for airline tickets. They drove in a fucking car and they filled up the gas tank.
You know how you got there, meaning did somebody drive you like in a Sprinter van or another vehicle, or did you have a car access to you, or do you know?
I can't remember how we drove down there, but I know we drove down there. I don't know if it was a Sprinter, a van, I can't remember how I got down there.
Okay. And is it true that immediately after Donovan Thomas was, God forbid, killed, that your family, you and your family's homes and persons were being shot at?
Mm-hmm.
What you mean?
You left the Atlanta, Georgia area for safety. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. That's important. Why, if Shannon and what's-his-face killed Nut, why is Woody leaving for his safety? Yeah, don't tell me because they're in a gang together. That doesn't make sense.
And was it Detective Thorpe? Do you remember?
Yes.
Okay. And did Jeffrey give you any money for that trip and pay for anything, hotel room, anything like that?
No.
No. Not a damn
Did
dime.
Jeffrey ever give you any money ever for committing a crime for him?
I never committed a crime for him.
That was
Boom.
my next question. Okay. You had a lot of contact, it appears, what the jurors heard, with Detective Gaither, Detective Thorpe. It was just telephone calls. You could text them. They could text you. They could call you. Is that fair to say? Before, obviously, June 11th, 2015, before you got incarcerated and continually for 50,
Yes.
60 months, 51 months. Have the prosecutor and the police ever showed you any recordings of any of those calls that you had with them, besides the interrogations that we had?
My first time ever seeing these two was during this trial right here. I never talked to nobody outside of these two right here.
Okay, and when these two,
Okay.
you mean Miss Hilton?
He's talking about. Mhm.
Yes.
I'm talking, and I appreciate that. I'm talking about Detective Gaither, Detective Thorpe, and all those communications, Detective Dennis. Did anyone ever show you, let you listen to any of the recordings that you had with them? Every time that you met with him? Did you ever have that outside of these video, audio?
No.
Did you ever see a report that was shown to you, hey, you said this on this date?
No.
Okay, now, we've talked about checklist lawyers, okay? We've seen the prosecution go up with their checklists and do one by one, by one, by one. And you've seen it make me mad because I don't think good lawyers do that. I don't think good lawyers have an actual one by one checklist. If you saw what Steele just did, he did what I think good lawyers do. He has a big chunk of information he wants to get out. He just X it all off. Not one by one. X it all. And look at the flow, the feel, the way this cross-examination is going versus the way the direct went. Can you see why I don't like checklist lawyers? You know, the direct and the checklist, it's so checklisty. But you got Steele here. Yeah. The styles are so different. My style is more like Steele's style. Okay. And when I see checklist lawyers, I know I'm going to win. Oh, I got your ass beat.
Your Honor, may I have just a minute?
All right.
Okay. So when I refer to him, I'll just call him Yap. I know you weren't feeling well yesterday. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling better.
First of all, I love that. What? I told Doug Weinstein when I met him, I said, on my channel, I talk about you, and I say, you're so quiet. But quiet does not mean pushover. You're so quiet. You spent 6 months, you didn't say a damn word. But when you did get up, man, you dropped that mic. So he's such a, if you talk to Doug Weinstein, he is such a sweet, kind personality. He has such like a niceness about him that you just don't really find in the legal field, okay? If you see the little letter he wrote my daughter, it's in the community tab. I showed it. He's just nice. He's just a nice guy. So when he gets up and the first thing he says, hey, you weren't feeling well yesterday. How are you feeling today? Would the prosecution ever even ask someone how they feel about something or how their body is? No, fuck no. They don't care. They're there for the W. That's it. Doug makes this so real, like humanizes. Oh, he's so fucking good. Okay, here we go. I mean, just starting off that way is so good.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that.
Okay, Steele did good, and Steele built the foundation. All right, and so I'm not a baker, but I am sure, I'm confident when you bake a tiered cake, right? It's important that first tier is sturdy and strong, and to me, that's what Steele did. And now, Weinstein, he's doing that first quick frosting, okay? Then Matthews comes in and he adds that second layer, and then Schardt finalizes the motherfucker. All right, here we go.
I'm not going to ask you a lot of questions about years ago.
Thank God.
It's been about 9 years.
And
I can't remember what I had for lunch yesterday.
Thank you.
But I will ask you a few. So let's talk about 9 years ago. You've stated repeatedly that you would tell the police anything to stay at a jail, right?
Yes.
You said yesterday, tell me if you remember this, you said yesterday, quote, Rice Street is not prisoner jail. I don't know what that place is. It's the worst place in the world. Do you remember saying that?
It is.
Why do you say that?
Because it's the worst place in the world. That I don't been to.
Okay. So let's talk about finessing the police. Okay? I think you've heard the word, I'm just going to say it once, you've heard the word bullshit a bunch the past couple of days.
Right.
So we'll just say BS. Is that basically what you were telling the police, BS?
Yes.
Yes.
So you're a bullshit artist. You're a BS artist. At
As
the
you can see.
time. I'm sorry.
I said, as you can see.
Okay. Or at least you were several years ago, correct?
And I told him that.
Okay. And you would stay at a jail to help yourself because you didn't want to be in there, correct?
Right.
And you wanted to stay at a jail to help your family, your girlfriend, your daughter, correct?
To protect them.
To protect them.
Yes.
Okay. And again, you'd say anything to stay at a jail so you could protect them. So when you said that you heard things from Mr. Garlington, from Lil D, about what them guys shot Thug, that was a lie, correct?
It was.
And about Yak being a driver, that was a lie, correct?
It was.
So succinct.
When you would tell these lies, I think you testified earlier that what you would do is sprinkle in like a few grains of truth in the lie. Is that correct?
It's the only way you can be convincing.
Can you explain to the jury that technique that you would use?
All right.
Just so you know, Belinda's working on a graphic that I'm calling Woody's School of Lying. And it demonstrates how Woody creates a lie. It's actually very smart. Nobody can tell me Woody's an idiot. I am not going to believe that. That man really knows what to do. He knows how to manipulate. He knows all those things. So I don't buy that Woody is an idiot. No. No, quite the opposite, I believe.
You hear stuff, you know what's true, and you know it's not true. So you take this right here and put it with that right there.
A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
And you would finish your answer?
Yeah.
And you cook the prosecution.
Details?
Well, no, I think that's a good description. Unless you want to go into more detail, you're free to do that.
I'm saying I'm trying to get out of here, so I don't want to.
Yeah, I don't want to keep you too much longer either. So, again, those things that you said were lies about Yak. The reality is that you told the prosecutors, these two prosecutors here on my left, you told them before June 7th of this year that what you had told the police, what you told those detectives in 2015 was a lie.
I told them when they came to see me there, yes.
And you told them on June 7th it was a lie. June 7th of this year. That was that Friday.
I don't know. When y'all go to using dates,
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't say what date, but I told them.
I'm with Woody on that. I don't know what days are. I don't even know what day of the week it is. Sharon Webster, thank you so much for that super, the $2 super. Just so you know, 43% of that will go to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Okay, so all month long, starting today until September 30th, in celebration of my 43rd birthday, we're giving 43% of all our supers, our merch sales, our Cashapp donations, all of that, 43% to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. So thank you so much, Sharon. You were the first one to contribute, and it is greatly appreciated. That would be 86 cents is going to that wonderful foundation, and I thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you, everyone, for hitting like, subscribe, for supporting our channel. Thank you to my members, and thank you to my mods. Special shout out to Tall Glass for being an excellent mod. I really appreciate you. K-Way, I have some really great mods. Okay, so sorry. Quick sidebar there.
And the date I'm referring to, if this helps you at all, is that first Friday that you came to court here on this case. You told them it was a lie on that date.
I can't say what I told them. I can't say what date.
Okay. And after they sent you away to jail for the weekend, and you came back on that Monday, you told them it was a lie, that you had lied back in 2015 as well, correct?
I don't understand it.
Okay. Well, I'll take that question back. All right. I don't have a question.
All right.
Okay. I recall earlier.
I feel
in your
weird calling
testimony,
him
you said
Doug,
something to.
because, like, he's not my friend. right? But I met him. Like, he's a really nice guy. We could be friends, I'm sure. But, like, it feels weird calling him Doug. I want to call him Mr. Weinstein. He is so good, though. I love it. I love his presentation. I love his style. It will never be mine. I am obviously too loud for that. A little bit too boisterous. But, oh, I adore it. I would love to practice with him. Co-chairing with him would be great. He could be good cop. I could be bad cop. It'd be wonderful.
To be a fact, and these aren't your exact words, but you said, my hand to God, you're telling the truth now. What you said back in 2015 was a lie. Do you remember saying that?
And I still am saying it.
That what you're saying on the stand today is the truth.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I was watching an interview you gave. Tell me if you remember giving an interview. It was published to YouTube on the 9th of August.
Okay, this is masterful.
With DJ University. Do you remember the interview you gave to DJ University?
Masterful.
In Chicago?
I don't know where he was
I
based
was
in.
sitting on the sofa?
Yes, you were.
Yes.
Okay. And you told DJ University about coming to God lately. Do you recall that conversation you had with him?
Yes.
Would you relate that conversation to the jury, please?
Objection on relevance.
It goes to his credibility today on the stand, Your Honor.
Just ask, instead of the conversation, just ask him whatever you want to ask him.
Okay. You told DJ University that when this indictment came out in this case in 2022, May of 2022 and then August of 2022, and your name was not on that indictment, that you realized that God was at work in your life. Do you remember that? And what did you mean by God was at work in your life now?
This is so good, you guys. This is so good.
Say it again.
Yeah. When you told DJ University, and you told him a lot about God entering your life lately, but you told him that when you saw this indictment and this case come out, that you realized that God was at work in your life. And I asked, what did you mean by that when you told him that? If you can express it.
Just God is real. God is real.
And you have that in your mind when you said on the stand that you put your hand to God, and what you're saying on the stand is the truth right now.
This
That's what
is
you know
so
about God is
good.
real. Is that correct?
Say that again.
Yeah. That knowledge that you have, that belief that you have that God is real, you have that in your mind when you took the stand and you raised your hand up and you said, my hand to God, what you're saying now is the truth, and what you said in 2015 was a lie.
Yes.
That was with God in your mind, correct?
This is my heart, not my mind.
Mic drop, bro. It
So
is
having told the prosecutors repeatedly that what you said in 2015 was a lie, did they tell you why they were still putting you on the stand today?
Can you say that again?
Yeah.
Sure.
No,
Here's
the
a
short
great
part.
fucking question, Doug.
Did they tell you why they were putting you on the stand? Okay. Despite you having told them that what you said in 2015 was a lie.
Yeah.
I don't know. Why they put me on
Why
the
would they
stand?
waste the jury's time?
Thank you. I
Woody?
don't have any further questions. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Matthews?
Y'all, that was fucking incredible. Incredible. So you found God, and now you said you're not going to lie, and that's with your newfound love of God. Yes. Boom. Okay, while they shoot over to Doug, I hate this suit. I do not like brown. I have expressed that before. I do not like the suit at all. I can't stand it. I hate it. That's all. Hey everyone who's just joining, thanks for joining us today. We've been going through the whole week, but my intent today is to really get into Schardt with y'all.
My name is Carrington Matthews, and I represent Mr. Marquavius Huey over there. We're about to look at a certain exhibit, a certain picture that the state showed you.
I have a question for the bakers out there. So, like, if you're making something delicious, and there's like a layer, and then there's like another layer, isn't there some kind of cake that has like cake and then like a pudding almost, and then like cake and like another kind of pudding or something? I don't know. Doug just did one of them pudding layers. My God, that was good. Okay, here we go.
You, a few days ago, when you're on
Oh,
the
another
witness
quick
stand.
point. Prosecution had this dude on the stand for 6 days. Defense has had him for 2.5 at this point. You have Weinstein do a cross-examination that lasted less than 30 minutes. Succinct, to the point, easy to follow, easy to understand. That's what you need, because you're showing a jury this story. You're teaching regular people what has gone on and asking them to apply that to law. Layered cake. There we go. Yeah. I don't know if y'all can hear that, but it should be every time we get a contribution. Thank you so much, Penny G, for the $5. Every time y'all should hear "Rise and shine, I shine, you shine, we shine." I hope you can hear it. Thank you, Penny G. What'd you say? You said, I took the God question as he dodged a bullet, Woody knowing his guilt, as in dodging a bullet not being an indictment. No, I took it that way too. That's how Woody saw it. But it was a perfect question because it established that Woody now truly believes in God and did an oath where he swore to God he would not lie. So it's wonderful. Wonderful. All right. Did anyone hear the I shine, you shine, we shine? When Penny G did her $5 contribution, 43% of which will be going to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Thank you, Penny. Did anyone hear that? Because it is so funny if you did. I really, really hope so. Those of you that think I talk too much should probably go somewhere else. This is a talk show. Okay, so here we go into Mr. Matthews.
It was a picture
Yes.
of you and Mr. Huey and someone that you referenced as Nard at a restaurant. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. That particular photograph it was taken at Mr. Pig's Smokehouse at 1992 Donald Lee Hollowell Parkway in Atlanta, Georgia, right?
On Bankhead.
Thank you, Torta Mom. Thank you so much. 43% of that $3 is going to go to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. I appreciate it.
On Bankhead. And that is probably about 20 plus minutes from Cleveland Avenue, right?
Probably fought. Yeah.
It's about that same distance, or give or take a little bit more, a little bit less, from Mechanicsville, right?
Right.
And it's a barbecue spot, right?
Yeah, they sell barbecue food.
When you all went to that barbecue spot, it was in broad daylight, right?
Yes.
Went there for some food, right?
Yes.
I'm going to show you this photo.
I really want Matthews to follow up right here. Key, thank you so much for the $1.99. Okay, so it is the I shine, you shine, we shine is not working on the super stickers. It's working on everything else, not the super stickers. So if you miss it, it is so funny. Bolin spent hours downloading that sound for y'all. And why I think it's funny is because it's like a gang call. Like grown men say that. Oh, thank you so much. Y'all a 10. I appreciate the $5. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, what I want to hear Mr. Matthews say next is I want him to go, is the barbecue good? And the barbecue there is great, isn't it? I want the review, Woody. How is the food?
Photograph, and I want to talk about it.
Okay.
State's going to pull it up. Now, you've not known Mr. Huey that very long, correct?
Probably a couple months.
That's it?
And you were at this particular restaurant with Mr. Huey and Nard on this particular day. And in this photograph, I want to talk with you about it. In the photograph, someone wrote, you can tell us whether it was you, I am this, do you see this photograph here?
Yes, I see it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Let's talk about it. Is that you?
First of all, these look like 3 regular kids to me. Like, if I saw these 3 people on the street, I would think nothing. I would think nothing. Oh, well, I'm assuming it's hoodie weather. Okay, Red Buddy! Thank you, Red Buddy. Thank you, Blue Skies. You guys are amazing. Okay. So I mean, if I'm walking down the street and I see these 3 kids, I just think they're 3 kids. Like, I don't know, they look regular to me. Especially Huey. I mean, Huey looks like my son's friends. I wouldn't think anything. I would definitely not think these are big scary gangsters. Now, that being said, this one in the middle definitely shot up the TIG studios. There's no doubt. We'll get to that in a minute. So maybe the way they look isn't exactly a good way to judge who they are.
You in the middle.
Yes.
And this is at Mr. Pig's Smokehouse in Donnelly Hollowell.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you have your hands together. Is that correct?
Yes.
It looks like it's a symbol of you praying. Is that correct?
It is.
Okay. On your clothing, is there anything that suggests YSL on it?
No.
Do you see the person to your right in that photograph? Is that Mr. Huey in that photograph?
With the white T-shirt.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Let's look at Mr. Huey. Take a look at his T-shirt. Do you see anything written on his shirt? Anything YSL on it?
This white T-shirt.
Okay.
It's a white
Let's look
T-shirt.
around his neck.
Thank you, Efren, for the $5. I appreciate it. And congratulations on your first super on a live stream. This is very exciting. Thank you so incredibly much. And thank you, everyone, for the happy birthdays. Another thing I noticed. On Friday, when Steele took over, Woody was a little... Even on Monday, he was a little distant. But as he's going on with these guys, look how comfortable he is. Look how easy the questions are to understand. Look how easy the answers are to understand, right? It's not like a lot of navigating and negotiating. Like, if you can get it in a straight line, it's probably the truth. But if you have to take a lot of this, we're probably dealing with some lies.
Do you see any fancy jewelry around his neck?
No.
Do you see any bracelets on the arms that you do see?
No.
Any rings or anything of that nature?
No.
On this particular day, do you see, or did you have in your waistband a handgun?
No.
To your knowledge, did you see, or Mr. Huey have a handgun on him?
No.
How about this person, Nard? Did you see him with any type of handguns on that day?
No.
Were you all meeting there to do a crime or anything of that nature?
No, we were chilling the whole day.
Okay. Now, any AKs, any rifles or anything in the background in this photograph?
Huh?
Any weapons?
No.
Huh? Did you see any guns? Any
On
weapons
this
in here?
particular
No.
Building,
K-Way, thank you so much for the $9.99 super chat.
do you see any signs or symbols, any graffiti with YSL or anything of that nature?
No.
Now, you said y'all were just chilling that day. Were you, nothing about this photograph is suggesting that you all are asking anyone to participate in any type of YSL gang or anything of that nature, is there?
YSL ain't the game.
Okay.
Thank you, Anthony.
And I see on this particular photograph, it says, "I am the streets," out now on all platforms. Tell this jury what is "I am the streets."
The title.
Okay. That is why the prosecution put it in. Because it says, "I am the streets." That's why the prosecution thought it was evidence, okay? Now listen to the explanation.
My music.
So, and is this 725 Woody, that was your Instagram moniker at that time?
But it was ran by my management team.
Gotcha. And was this particular picture, was it kind of celebrating the release of your music?
I think I was in. I don't know when this picture was posted, but I remember taking it. But there ain't no caption that I put on there.
Okay. And tell the jury, when you had your hands together like that, what were you representing, or what was the message you were sending with your hands together like that?
Peace.
Now, on this document that we're looking at, on this photograph, at the bottom it says "Free the Guys." Can you tell the jury if you know what was that about, or what that
Yeah,
represented?
let's free the guys.
That we was incarcerated, or that at least one of us was incarcerated.
Okay. And was there anything in your mind criminal or wrong about saying "Free the Guys"?
Well, I don't know who posted it. So on my page, if there was posted on my page,
Okay. It's not something you posted.
I didn't have a phone in jail, so no.
Thank you, I am Shout. My goodness, $20. Thank you so much. That's amazing. 43% of that will be
And to the
going
best
to
of your
the National
knowledge,
Center for Missing and
on this
Exploited
particular
Children.
day
Thank you.
that you all met, sounds like I'm hearing you to say is that y'all aren't doing anything but chilling.
Right.
Nothing more, nothing less.
That's all we do. We
Not meeting up to commit any crimes.
never. I was doing the music, focus on the music. That was it.
The clothing that you're wearing there, I notice here these particular jeans, and there's red on the jeans there. Is that the way those jeans are made?
Yes.
Does it represent anything to do with any type of gang or anything of that nature?
No, that's how I bought them. It's a broken heart.
Broken heart.
Are those Gucci jeans?
I actually still got the pants.
Okay.
Eva, thank you so much for the $25 super sticker. I appreciate it so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys, this is the best birthday ever already. Thank you guys.
And is it fair to say that you guys are relatively neatly dressed, urban gear?
Yeah, I swear Gucci made those pants.
thought
Like,
I
that
was.
heart was
Kinda
the
fresh,
Gucci
right?
thing for a while.
That's what I thought.
Wasn't it Gucci? I don't know.
Have you had any conversations with Mr. Huey since this particular day that you're aware of?
I don't know what you mean.
Have you talked to him?
What you mean?
Have you had any conversations with him? In other words, do you?
After this?
Yeah.
I don't. You saying
Had you talked to
after
him?
we took the picture?
After that particular day, had you talked to him about anything that you can think of that had anything to do with other than chilling?
What's wrong with us taking a picture?
I don't believe there's anything wrong. Do you even know why this picture was even put up in evidence?
I don't have a clue.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right.
Boom.
Okay, I think
I love how Woody said, all right. That's his courtroom, y'all. Okay, so succinct, right? So freaking succinct. And it came out that management does posts while people are in jail. And that is exactly what the defense wants to come out. Okay, I saw someone in the chat say the defense is using the prosecution's evidence against him. As they should be. My favorite law school exam I ever took, this teacher hated me because I had an NRA sticker on my computer. I am a proud gun owner. Okay, but just because I love guns doesn't mean I necessarily align with their politics, right? Anywho, he just, I could tell, was totally off-put by me. But our exams were anonymous, so he wasn't able to grade me accordingly. He gave us this fact pattern, and you had to make arguments for both sides. I used the same sentence and argued the same sentence 2 different ways. Okay, well, this side would say this about the sentence, and this side would say this about the sentence. Do you know I got the only A? Of course I got the only A. My favorite thing to do in the world is take other people's words and use them against them. It's so bad, it's so bad, it's so bad. People who are into polygamy, but also believed that gays should not be allowed to be married. I thought marriage was between one man and one woman, huh? How can you do polygamy, huh? Huh? Riddle me that, motherfucker. All right, so the defense is doing a good job at their job. All right, so we got the layer cake. We got that bottom fluffy, moist, juicy cake made by Steel. Then we have that delicious, creamy, rich filling later done by our boy Doug. Now we're going to have, then we had another creamy filling later done by Matthews. And now we're going to get a rich, moist piece of cake at the top. All right. So, let's see. Let me see. This starts at 4:42, 4 hours and 42 seconds, and it ends at 7. So we're gonna be together for a hot motherfucking minute, y'all, because I want to go. I mean, this is so good. This is so good. I want to do this with you, this Schardt. Now, hold on. Someone told me one time that I could like play it at like a faster speed. Is there? I don't know how to do that though. So if anyone knows how to speed up and play it at 1.5, please put that in the chat so that I can speed it up and put it at 1.5. Okay? Because otherwise we would be here for the rest of the fucking day. And I think y'all are gonna get sick of me. I'm gonna be pausing. We're gonna be like this. You're not gonna want it. You're not gonna want it, I promise. So if you can tell me how to speed it up, I would love you forever. It's the gear icon on your screen. Okay, has the playback speed. Y'all are fucking awesome. Who just did that? Who was that? Who? Alda, thank you so much. Oh my god. Thank you. You guys are awesome. All right, let's go. We want to do 1.5 or 1.25? Let's try 1.5. Let's see. All right, here we go. Let's go, Schardt.
So I don't even know if he's aware about the declination of prosecution.
When was that interview? About?
Recently, like,
Okay.
between
Recent.
the
Last couple of months or
I think
couple of
last
weeks?
few
Okay.
weeks.
All right. That seems relevant.
And then that's why that it seems relevant. We just don't think he can go into the warrants. He can say, was he arrested for a false report of a crime and was the case declined? But I'm not sure if he intends to show him the warrants of his arrest.
Was he arrested?
He was arrested, then the case was dismissed.
3 years later.
Well, just to be clear,
When was he
he was in
arrested?
jail. The false report of a crime is he accused a jail guard of using OC spray on him, and the jail reviewed the tape, and the jail guard didn't even have OC spray.
Okay.
And so that's,
Okay, I did
going
1.25.
into the warrant trial. It was declined earlier this year in January of 2024.
Okay, well, I mean, you can ask him about all of it, and then if it becomes necessary to use those documents, you can use them.
Yes, Your Honor.
What else? Okay, all right, and I think we're ready to get Mr. Copeland and the jury in.
So we just had one other thing Mr. Schardt brought to our attention that he intends on introducing, and I didn't move.
Do we need to ask Mr. Copeland to step
Yes.
aside? And sorry, we thought we were ready for you, but we're not quite. Just hang very close. I'm going to have y'all come back from lunch 15 minutes earlier than the jury so that we can do these kind of things. All right. Yes.
Your Honor, it appears that Mr. Schardt intends on showing him as a demonstrative of jail outfit, and I don't know the relevance of
Why?
showing him the jail outfit.
Because a theme in this case has been the Fulton County Blues. In particular, on June 10th, 2015.
He came in wearing that, right?
Well, I'm talking about 2015.
Oh, 15. Okay.
2015, he's
June
on-
10th, June 10th. Okay.
He's on video.
Yeah.
All right, there's a lot of June 10s. He's on video, and he's not wearing a jail outfit because they haven't brought him to the jail yet.
Okay.
Part of the reality of Rice Street, and I'm not asking this to go back to the jury, it's just demonstrative. Part of the reality of Rice Street is you wear the outfit, you lose your individuality, your identity, you're thrown into Fulton County.
No, that is nice and dramatic, but no, we don't need to do that.
May I use a picture?
No.
Okay.
Okay, so Schardt wanted to show, I think, a jail uniform. And the judge is like, that's a bit dramatic. Which is why I think I would be a good defense attorney, because I tend to be a bit dramatic. All right, so here we go.
Okay, let's get Mr. Copeland. And the jury. All right, Mr. Copeland, come on, have a seat with us.
Thank you, my views. We appreciate you. Most of the lawyers I know are cursors. I don't think Mr. Steele is, but most of the lawyers I know are pretty potty mouths. They're just words, after all. Although words can, in fact, matter. Oh yes, it's great that this judge actually allows Mr. Schardt to do his job. Because he does a damn good job. He's actually quite enjoyable to watch. So, it is nice. Look, Woody's actually standing for the jury. I notice he rarely stands for the jury, which I think is fine. Kind of like... The state actors in this state, in this government, are dirty and they're disgusting.
Have y'all had a pleasant lunch?
And I'm glad I don't live in this jurisdiction.
We good? All right. All right, Mr. Schardt, you can proceed with your cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Copeland.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Mr. Copeland, we have never met. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. We've seen each other in the hallway.
No, we never met before.
Yeah, we never met.
Okay.
My name is Max Schardt, and I'm the attorney that represents Shannon Stillwell, okay?
All right.
Yes, Hilton and Love are both tall. They're both real
I'm
tall.
going to ask a lot of questions, and I'm going
I'm
to
going to say, when I was there, I walked with Hilton. Love was in front of us. But I was talking to Hilton about her suit. She's at least 3 to 4 inches taller than me, at least. So she's probably like 5'9", 5'10", and Love is about the same height. So I'm thinking they're like 5'9", 5'10", somewhere in there. They're real tall. They're much taller than I am. I'm 5'5", so here we go.
repeat questions that you've been already asked. I'm going to do my best.
All right.
All right, great. You do not want to be here today.
Hey,
Okay. And the reason you don't want to be here today is not because you're scared, correct?
you know that.
It
You
is
know that.
because what you said in 2015 was lies.
You said it again.
What you said in 2015 were lies.
Right.
Okay? And specifically, when you said that Demetrion Garlington told you something at McDonald's about Mr. Stillwell, that was a lie.
Right.
You lied to get out of trouble.
Right.
You lied as part of your finesse to the police.
Right.
You've testified that if the police mentioned anyone, you were going to come up with a story about them to get yourself out of trouble.
As y'all seen,
And the police mentioned Jeffrey Williams.
As y'all seen.
They called him a big fish.
right?
And you lied on Jeffrey Williams.
Right.
Okay. Mr. Copeland, I'm going to ask you, do you still have that listening device?
Huh?
Do you still have the listening device?
Why do you call it a listening device? That's the only thing I did not like. What did you say? Headphones,
I'm
bro.
going to play a clip for you, okay?
Listening
Mr.
device.
Kokomo, could you play what has been marked DS-23O? And for the record, this is a clip from State's Exhibit 378 Yankee Echo, which is the June 10, 2015 interview, and it's from 9:53:35 to 9:54:10.
I love this shot. Did you see Yak Gotti had on a bow tie and
How
a
long you been doing shit?
slick?
No, okay. You've been doing Shannon a good part of your teenage adult life, correct? Y'all.
Mr. Copeland, is it not playing on your...
It just popped up.
Okay, could you start it all over again for Mr. Copeland?
How long you been doing shit? No, okay. You've been doing Shannon a good part of your teenage adult life, correct? Y'all basically grew up together, right? Went to school together. Y'all like brothers. You, Demekion, and Shannon. That's from what I know. Yeah. So.
Oh, okay.
I can pretty much assume that if it's something like that they did, even if you weren't involved in it, you know about it. Because I'm telling you, everything kind of keeps coming back to you. You understand? Shannon out there on the street now.
Okay, so
In that clip-
I didn't realize that it was Demekion, Shannon, and Woody that were like the close friends. So that's interesting. Did Thug meet Shannon through Woody?
Investigator Gaither is asking you about Shannon, correct?
This sound like it.
Okay.
I can't barely hear. That's
I
why took
agree. I can't
headphones
really
out.
hear you.
Are they not working?
No, it is like the way my ear, the way I can hear, it's not clear enough for me. That's why I had to listen like out loud.
Okay, I understand. All right, well, we're going to do our best to work through that, okay? So, regardless, in that clip, I'm going to ask you about that clip, and you can, if you didn't hear it, you didn't hear it. Investigator Gaither tells you that while you're in the interview room with her, Shannon is out on the street. Isn't that correct?
I just heard it.
Okay. Investigator Gaither says to you,
Oh,
if
Woody
Shannon's
made
involved
that
in something,
tip.
you know about it, correct?
I didn't hear that. Only thing I heard was this, the last part where she said he on the street.
Okay. You now realize that the police were saying some things, such as Jeffrey's on a European tour, or Shannon's on the street and you're in here with us, to try to get you to tell on other people, correct?
That's just speculation.
Sustained.
Is that how you took those statements? at
That
the time?
okay. That was that was a question that called for speculation. So that was a good objection and a good call on the objection.
I don't get what you're saying.
Did you take those statements when Investigator Dennis told you that Jeffrey's on a European tour while you're sitting in the investigator's room, or Shannon's on the street while you're in the interview room? Did you take those statements as invitations to give information on other people?
Yeah, that's what they were doing the whole time. You got these big houses and cars, and that's what I think that was Dennis kept saying that all the time.
Okay. And these conversations and Investigator Gaither talking about Shannon then, that's not the only time law enforcement talked about Shannon in your interviews, isn't it? They would talk about Shannon a lot.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Okay.
And let me ask you this.
Now don't forget, Shannon Stillwell is Schardt's client. So even though this defense is building a layer cake and cooking a layer cake, Schardt is primarily concerned with Shannon Stillwell and Shannon's constitutional and legal rights. Okay. So Schardt does need to focus. And as you saw, Matthew's focus was on Huey. That's his client, right? So they're each doing like a... Oh, and even Weinstein, he asked about Yak Gotti, who, you are right, he is the best dressed defendant I've ever seen. He's always just perfectly dressed. And even in that video footage of him getting out of the car at the gas station. That car was ratchet, but boy did he look good. He had on that trench coat. He was dressed to the nines. So that guy could dress, there's no doubt. Nobody knows how Thug met Woody. Nobody knows how Thug met Shannon, y'all. There's so many arguments about that here in the chat. I don't know which of what it is. I have no idea. Okay, so I just wanted to point out, Schardt is in fact Shannon's attorney, so that's gonna be his focus.
These interviews that we have, are those the only time you talk to the investigators about this case?
No.
Okay, you would have phone conversations with investigators, right?
Yes.
Phone conversations with Investigator Gaither that aren't recorded?
What you mean?
Did you record the phone conversations?
Mm-mm.
Have you ever heard a recording of the phone conversations?
No.
Okay, so as far as you know, phone conversations with Investigator Gaither, you had those, right?
Yes.
And as far as you know, they're not recorded.
We had conversation that I ain't heard.
How many conversations would you say you had with Investigator Gaither from January 1st, phone conversations from January 1st to, we'll say
talked a lot.
June 10th? Weekly, daily?
I can't a lot.
Okay, what about Investigator Thorpe? You talk to him on the phone?
No.
Okay. What about,
But I did, but
not as often?
yes.
Okay. What about when they bring you to the interview room? Okay, obviously we see videotapes of you in the interview room. Do the police talk to you outside the interview room before you go in there?
Yes, they do it all the time.
Okay. And are those conversations about what you need to do?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, and what officers had those conversations with you to your recollection?
Shit, everyone they have me.
Okay. So the bottom line is you said that the state were asking about Jeffrey when Mr. Steele was asking questions, right?
Yes.
Okay, the reality is the state was also asking about Shannon.
Yes.
And the reality is you didn't only lie on Jeffrey, but you also lied on Shannon,
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
and you also lied on Mr. Kendrick, correct?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You remember when Attorney Steele showed you that video from the Texaco gas station and asked if you saw Jeffrey Williams walking around the Texaco changing cars?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not going to play that video.
That's the footage I meant.
I don't think you're the only one that's saying that. But when you watched it, you didn't see Shannon changing cars at that Texaco either, did you?
No.
No, you only saw well-dressed yak getting out of the car.
Regarding these lies you told in 2015, you have repeatedly told the state that they were lies, correct?
I told everybody who listened to me.
Okay. I want to ask you about, you mentioned it briefly with Mr. Steele. Remember that on June 10th of this year, we're talking about this year now. Remember when you were in the judge's chambers?
I'm listening.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm listening.
And just so we're clear, you didn't request to speak to the judge or the prosecutors, did you?
I had no clue where I was going.
Okay. And you had been in jail the weekend before,
Yes.
and guards brought you to the judge's chambers.
Took me straight in there.
Okay. And when you were brought to the chambers, Miss Hilton was in, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And
The SWAT team.
security, whatever the word you're saying, the SWAT team. I was not there.
No. I didn't see you.
Okay. Mr. Stillwell wasn't there.
Who?
My client, Mr. Stillwell. Shannon.
No.
Okay. And none of the other
Who?
defense attorneys were there.
No.
Okay.
Okay, so he's doing a good job
I
so
wanna
far.
ask you
So far,
about some things
Woody's
that were said
understanding.
in that interview. Now you're aware there was in that meeting on June 10th. Okay. Now you're aware that there's a transcript, correct?
I heard.
Okay. Have you seen the transcript?
It was sent to me, but I didn't never look at it.
If I ask you about things that were said in the meeting, would looking at a transcript help?
I guess.
Your Honor,
Yes.
may I approach with what's been marked as DS-33, which is the transcript from the June 10th, 2010?
Yeah, but I mean, ask him about it first.
He did. He did.
I'm asking about it,
Oh,
and then
okay.
if he needs to see it, then
Okay.
you can give it.
Okay.
You can
Oh,
give it to him. but-
okay. I guess when his memory needs refreshing, then hand it to him.
All
There
right.
you go.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Copeland, in that meeting in the judge's chambers, did you tell Ms. Hilton that you've never been truthful in your life, except when you're telling them that you're a liar?
Right.
In that meeting, did you tell Ms. Hilton that, I'm going to get the quote,
it's interesting to contrast Schardt style too. Like he has a different approach than Steele
So when the
had.
police question me, they don't question me every time they lock me up. I don't know how many times that was. I done told them whatever different story
Hey,
I could think of to try to finesse my way out of the
Anya.
situation. I don't recall what I told them.
Yes.
Did Miss Hilton tell you
Hilton.
when talking about lying? But if I know that you are lying
Hilton.
about that, I do not intend to do that. If I know that right now he's lying, I know he's lying, I'm not going to charge you because I don't know your reason for doing that.
Is that did she tell me that?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, he just read from the transcript too. Okay, so they're doing a great job at getting in this secret
You
meeting
were offered immunity by the
without
state, correct?
putting
They're
it
not
in your
offered.
face.
Say,
It's a
you
very
just wanted
subtle.
immunity, but they gave you immunity.
Yes, they forced it.
Okay. To Miss Hilton, did you tell her I did these crimes?
Yes.
Okay, so Miss Hilton knows that he committed these other crimes, and she still put him
And
on
they
the
have
stand.
insisted that you testify, correct?
Yes.
They have told you it's okay if you say I don't recall when asked about your prior statements, correct?
Huh?
They told you you can say, well, let me back up. In preparation, the state's met with you several times in June of 2024, right?
I don't know what you're asking me.
Okay, take it back to June 2024, okay?
Okay, that's
That was
2 months
before-
ago.
What did he say?
This is 24, so a couple of months ago is what he
A couple months ago, right? Before you testified at all. Remember the week before you testified?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Remember when the state
I'm not hating on Woody on that, y'all. I don't know what day it is either. I'm like, what? I don't even know what fucking year it is. Is it 2018? I don't know. I guess it's 2024. Who knows? I feel for him. I'm giggling because I'm also bad at dates. So don't be mean to Woody because he doesn't know any days or the year or anything. Just the poor guy's in his mid-30s already. You know, you start to go downhill, and then he did a lot of drugs, obviously, so that doesn't help with like the memory thing. You know, we're not going to talk about those because that will get me demonetized. But it happened in his life.
and Miss Hilton and maybe some other people started coming to find you in the community?
Yes.
Okay. You had a lawyer at the time, right?
Yes.
His name was John Melnick?
Yes.
Okay.
Jonathan Melnick.
To your understanding, did the state, when they were trying to find you in the community, did they reach out to your attorney, or did they go behind your attorney?
This
to
is
talk to
great.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
I think it's relevant.
you? To your understanding.
On the relevance,
It's
I mean,
relevant.
we've kind of been through all of this.
Was can I?
Try a different question.
He has not.
Was
been
Mr.
through
Melnick
it.
there for those meetings with Miss Hilton in the community?
No.
They took you to the courthouse one day before you were to testify, correct?
No. 2 days.
2 days before you were to testify. And was Mr. Melnick there for those meetings?
No.
And you told the state that what you said in 2015 were lies.
I told Ms. Hilton.
Okay, this is very good. This is so good.
I'm going to change
And
subject.
Shard's just getting started, y'all.
I'm not
He's
gonna ask
just.
anything too personal. I'm going to ask you a little bit about your life. Okay? Is that okay with you?
No.
All right. Let me ask you this. At some point in your life, you lived in Mechanicsville.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. And as I understand it, your life hasn't always been easy.
My life ain't never been easy.
I like that
Your life has
response.
never been easy. And there have been times where you have been in dangerous situations in your life. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about some ways that you avoid dangerous situations. Okay.
Ooh, this is good.
When you are approaching a stop.
Okay, hold on. Before Shard takes this trip, last week I was like, who tints a rental car? Like, what? That doesn't even make sense. It's not your car. Da da da. Shard does a great job of getting Woody to explain this. And now I feel like an asshole. I'm like, oh, I didn't realize, I guess I never really thought about someone being after me. So anyhow, what we're about to get in, my apologies to everyone who's ever tinted a rental car. I didn't know. I didn't know that was a thing. I do now. Okay, so I'm a grown-up. I can accept responsibility for my actions. I know what I said. Okay, so it does happen, and I take back everything I said.
a red light, do you stop at the red lights?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
It's very relevant.
I assume he's going to get to it.
Do you stop at the red lights?
Hell no.
Okay, you said hell no. Okay. Why don't you stop at red lights?
Because I want to live.
Okay, and when you say because you want to live, what are you afraid of at red lights? What is your concern?
Somebody putting up on the side of my car?
Someone pulling up on the side of the car and shooting you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you pull up to red lights, you might stop briefly, but then you...
I'm not stopping it up.
Okay, so you just keep going.
Right through it.
Okay. I appreciate you telling us that information.
Yeah, I do
And is
too.
that during the day and night?
There's no any red light.
Okay.
If the police right there, I turn off.
He just
And you
runs
actually
through the
told
red light or
police
he'll
in-
turn.
In a prior interview in 2021, you told them that you don't stop at red lights, correct? You told Investigator Flores that.
Probably did.
Okay, what about tinted windows? Do you prefer to drive cars with tinted windows?
This must.
That's a must. Why is that a must?
So people don't know I'm in their car.
Why don't you want people to know you're in that car?
Because they like to shoot their cars.
Okay, so is that a form of self-preservation? Riding around in cars with
I stand corrected.
tinted windows only?
You better.
Okay. And
You
let me ask you
bet.
this, with the red lights, are you the only one that does this, or are there other people in your in Mechanicsville and other areas that do that as well, to your knowledge?
Speculation and
Well,
relevance.
he said to your knowledge, I think. I'm
To your
gonna
knowledge.
allow it.
Most of the people I know run lights.
Run lights. Okay. What about the tinted windows?
Even my sister and them got 10 windows.
Okay. Finally, I want to ask you about wearing a mask. And when I say a mask, I don't know what to call it. So maybe if you can educate me and the jurors. I'm talking about a cloth mask with a hole right here.
Thank you, Go Roro, for the $1.99 super chat. Thank you so very much. I appreciate the compliment. And as a reminder, 43% of everyone's super chat, super sticker, all of those things will go to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children in honor of my 43rd birthday, which is on September 21st, but we start celebrating today. Let's go.
Okay. What do you call that type of mask?
Shit, different stuff. I call it a mask. Some people call it a sight. It's got different names to it.
Okay, I'm just gonna call it a mask, but to be
All right.
clear, we're talking about the same things. And you've worn those masks before, correct?
Yes.
Okay, showing the prosecution what he's about to show.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Mr. Copeland, I am handing you DS-29A and DS-29B. Okay, are those pictures of you?
Look like it.
Okay, and are those pictures of you? You're not doing anything illegal in those pictures, correct?
No.
Okay,
I'm incorrect.
Correct.
I'm not doing that illegal.
right. You are wearing those masks I talk about in those pictures, correct?
Right.
Okay. Ms. Kokomo, could you publish 29A? and-
They're not admitted yet.
Oh,
Oh, duh.
Your Honor, I move to admit DS-29A and 29B.
I don't feel like that was a very good predicate.
I assume this is going to be kind of the same lines of testimony. They're admitted over objection.
Okay.
Mr.
Wait a minute.
Kokomo, can you just
Okay.
publish one of the
I don't feel
29?
like he laid the predicate. You know, are you familiar with this? How are you familiar? Has anything changed? Does it look the same?
gonna
Okay,
publish
now I
29.
want to move it. But it's okay. He didn't authenticate it that well.
Okay, now, Mr. Copeland, on your screen, that's the type of mask we're talking about, and I just want the jurors to be able to know what we're talking about. Okay. What are those masks made of?
What you mean?
Like, what material?
I ain't make it.
Are they made of cloth?
I don't know.
Hey, I ain't make it.
Are you the only person to wear those masks?
No, everybody wearing them.
Everyone wears those masks. What year did you start notice everyone wearing those masks?
I don't
When
wear
COVID
those
came.
masks.
About 2020?
It's not everybody, y'all.
When COVID would cause us to wear the mask.
Okay. And, are they...
It became more like a fashion thing.
That's what I was about to ask you. It became more of a fashion thing.
Right.
Okay. And where can you buy those masks?
Shit. Anywhere.
Gas stations sell those masks?
Yeah.
Okay. Corner stores sell those masks?
Beauty supply store, all that.
Okay. They're not rare.
Oh, Shard went
They're
to
not
Duke?
rare.
I didn't know that. That's
They're not
good. That was a
rare.
good school.
They're not
Unusual.
Unusual. They're common.
Right.
Those masks are common. They come in all different colors,
Yes.
all different sizes.
Yes.
All right.
I'm about to Google
Just
Duke.
because
Tell my son he should
You're
go
running
there.
a red light doesn't mean you're committing a crime, other than a driving infraction.
It depends on, I guess. I don't know.
Well, you do it to preserve yourself, correct? To avoid being shot.
Right.
Okay, avoiding being shot is not committing a crime, is it?
You're just protecting yourself.
Okay. When you're riding around in tinted windows, you ride around with tinted windows to the grocery store and other places you go about on your everyday life, correct?
Right.
Not objection on this point. I just don't know if this is a relevant line of questioning.
I'm asking
Well,
because it's
it is
relevant.
cumulative.
Okay, well, I have one more question.
Okay.
When you're wearing that mask, You just wear that mask in your everyday life. You go
Okay,
in the store,
son's going to
go on
Duke.
errands,
It's a done
doing
deal.
Whatever, correct? Right. Okay. Ms. Copeland, you said that Rice
Sorry, guys. I'm
is
sorry.
the worst place in the world.
Yes.
You have said that you'd rather die than go to Rice Street.
Yes.
You talked about your stay in Rice Street in, I guess it would be February 21st of 2015, when they arrested you on that probation warrant, and you stayed there for several weeks, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember exactly how long you stayed there?
Yes.
How long?
3 weeks.
3 weeks. Okay.
Okay.
So that would be February 21st to the middle of March of 2015.
Yes.
Okay. And in that, first of all, in Rice Street in general, there's dorms, right?
Not where they put me at.
Well, I'm just talking about in general right now. I'm going to get to where they put you at in a
Yes.
second. There's dorms, and then within the dorms there's cells.
Yes.
Okay. And the cells, how big are the cells?
18 and some ones, 16s and other ones.
Talk about feet.
You say cells?
Yes.
Like rooms?
Yeah. How big are the rooms?
Yeah. 18 rooms and some, 16 and some.
The individual rooms are small, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And everything is made of either concrete or metal, correct?
Yes.
All right. Most of the time you have a cellmate.
All the time.
Okay. No privacy.
Correct.
Showers in common areas.
Correct.
Toilets. You don't get a special room to use the bathroom.
Right.
Okay. It's filthy. You talk about feces.
All the time.
When you on the ground, on the walls, things like that.
Ew.
Okay. Standing water in the showers.
Who?
Standing water.
We call it nut juice.
What do you call it?
Nut juice.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Schardt, let's get on. We're painting the picture. Let's get on with what you want to ask.
That's too much. The judge was like, okay, let's move on. Nut juice.
Filth in Rice Street. To avoid that filth, you would be willing to tell lies, correct?
Yeah.
Correct. Let's talk about the danger of Rice Street. What's a shank?
A knife.
Okay. Knife made of just a random piece of metal, correct?
Whatever you can make it with.
Are
Whatever you find.
Are shanks common in Rice Street?
You say who?
Common.
What you mean?
I keep using that word. Is it unusual for people to have shanks in Rice Street? When I say people, I'm talking about the inmates.
You saying do they have one?
Yes.
Yes. Better have one.
Okay. And
Better have one.
is it a concern?
Not
of
just
yours
common, you
that
better
someone
have one.
that doesn't like you would have a shank in Rice Street?
Yes.
Of course.
You know jail. You know Rice Street to be a particularly dangerous place, correct?
Yes.
And it's a particularly dangerous place for you, correct?
Yes.
You would lie to avoid the dangers of Rice Street, correct?
Yes.
I want to talk about the isolation. Okay. In February of 2015,
The image that Schardt just masterfully and artfully got laid for us of this Rice Street jail, I'm gonna lie to get out of that shit. Anybody's gonna. That sounds awful. That sounds awful. Feces. And then I've seen in the comments, and now's a great time to bring it up. Apparently, Fulton County did not pay their private security that operates at the Rice Street. So the private security company left. They haven't been paid, no more services. So now you're in a feces covered hotel with no security. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Unbelievable. It really seems unconscionable, seems inhumane. It seems to be a violation of many worldwide conventions that we have entered into, like the Geneva Convention. But we're going to go ahead and do that to our own people here. Those are our fellow Americans waiting trial. They're not even proven guilty yet. They're innocent while they're sitting in there, and we're going to let them wait for trial in those. Cool. We're going to give cable to the fucking terrorists in Guantanamo Bay, but we're going to make our fellow Americans bathe in nut juice. Sorry. Okay. Let's go back to Schardt and his masterful cross-examination. I mean, it is beautiful. At this point, as a juror, I'm like thinking, yeah, I would like to get out of there. everything Woody said was a lie. He just said he lied. He found God. He ain't lying no more. What more is there to go? But Schardt does it. He keeps going. It gets even better. It's amazing. This is like one of the best cross-examinations I've ever watched.
You were arrested, and let's be clear. You feel it was a bogus probation warrant, correct?
It was.
Right. You were on probation, and they accused you of not completing your community service.
And I didn't even have community service
Right.
to do.
And even if you did, you never heard of anyone getting locked up for failing to do community service on probation.
I even called my probation officer, and she said she didn't do it.
Right.
I think it's actually illegal to lock people up for not doing community service or for not paying their fines. I think that's paupers prison, but don't quote me on that one.
I understand. And so, when they locked you up in February of 2015, they put you in isolation, correct?
That's what you want to call it.
Well, you said, I think the way you described it was the medical unit. There was sick people, it was disgusting, people were talking to themselves.
Yes, people were doing worse stuff than that, eating their stuff.
Okay. You would lie to avoid going back to that place that took you and put you in February of 2015, correct?
Did you mind now?
No, I'm talking about on June 10th of 2015. You would have lied to avoid going right back to where they had you 3 months earlier.
Right.
Hell yeah, I would have lied to avoid going back there. Fuck that.
Mr. Kokomo, could you play DS23Q, which is States 378 Yankee Echo, June 10, 2015, at 4:16:13 to 4:16:36.
Do I need to listen to it?
I would appreciate it if you did. Thank you.
Man, I really did it anyway. I'm just saying. But I'm saying is, man, I do whatever it takes. Whatever, man. I hate jail. I promise you, God, man. If you want to do that, I'm going to take these guns and break you out myself. I would tell them myself. I would do whatever it takes. I will, man. I will.
Ms. Copeland, that was you and Investigator Dennis on June 10, 2015, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you told Investigator Dennis that you'd rather be dead than be sent back to jail.
Still will.
Okay. And you said you would do anything to stay out of jail.
That's what it said.
And do anything includes lying on others, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
That's
Mr.
the
Copeland, we're going
easiest of the
change
shit he's
subject
willing
a
to
little
do
bit.
to stay out of jail.
I want to talk to you about some of these statements you made to the police, okay? In 2015. All right. And let me just ask you, you said I don't recall a lot when the police, when the Ms. Hilton asked you about things that you said in your statements in 2015, right? Yes. Okay, and that was 9 years ago? About?
I guess.
Okay. In these meetings that the DA's office or Ms. Hilton or whomever had with you in June of 2024, prior to you testifying, did anyone offer to play those statements to you to remind you of what you said?
No.
Did anyone give you a transcript of what you said in those statements so you could review them before testifying?
No.
They just told you, if you don't remember, just say, I don't recall, correct?
Yes.
The reality is, they just wanted to play those statements. That's why they wanted you here today, correct?
Objection, I second it.
Yes.
Sustained. Okay. Let's talk about January 11, 2015. Okay.
Okay, here's another thing. We're going to see this more towards the end of Schardt's cross. In cross-examination, the attorney does not actually care if you answer. Your answer is fucking meaningless, okay? The question is the point. So every time he asks these questions, that's the point. The answer is not the point. Nobody gives a... The lawyers don't give a fuck about the way. Putting out the question starts to go into the jurors' minds. Now, if the answer happens to support what your question was, that's great. We're going to see here, Schardt just starts asking a series of questions which never gets an answer. It's because he doesn't need a fucking answer. The point is the question. And that's why cross-examination is fun. It's way more fun, I think, than direct. I think most lawyers would enjoy cross more than direct, kind of because of this. This is kind of the lawyer testifying, really.
That was in the early morning hours of January 11, 2015, right?
And thank you, Penny, for
Wait.
the $5.
You met with Detective Thorpe.
Oh, yes.
Early morning hours of January 11, 2015. Okay. And you stated you went to that meeting. You went voluntarily to clear your name, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you met with Detective Thorpe at the police headquarters, correct?
Yes.
You knew Detective Thorpe to be the lead investigator on the Donovan Thomas case. That's what he told you.
I can't remember.
Okay. Certainly, he asked you questions about the Donovan Thomas case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And let's just talk about the timing of this meeting.
Okay. The timing is oof.
If, and I know we're saying it did not happen.
I'm gonna take notes.
If Demekion had told you something at the McDonald's, right?
Now listen.
This meeting with Detective Thorpe would have been hours after Demekion made that statement, correct? It would have been the same night, just after midnight.
But he never told me it.
I understand. I understand he never told you that, but I'm saying if he did.
Are you saying that
The meeting was mere hours after.
it would have been?
Right, it would have been. Okay. And Detective Thorpe asked you about the Donovan Thomas shooting, correct?
That's what his purpose of calling me down there.
And you showed up, and you went through your movements that day, correct?
Yeah.
Your movements from January 10th, 2015.
I think I did. I think he asked me where I've been. That's what you asked me.
Right. And you went into details about everything that happened that day, correct?
I guess.
That meeting on January 11th, 2015, you never claimed that Demekion Garlington told you that Shannon Stillwell, Diamante Kendricks, Duop, and Nard killed Donovan Thomas, did you? You never told him that on January 11th, 2015.
Nope.
No, I didn't.
Okay. And the reason you didn't tell him that is because you hadn't made up that lie yet, correct?
Right.
Let's
So
talk about
good.
January 28th, 2015. That was your second recorded statement. And I understand what you've testified to. There may have been phone calls and all sorts of other communications in between there with police. But January 28th, 2015 was your second recorded statement. Okay? You met with Investigator Dennis, Investigator Gaither, and Detective Thorpe on January 28th, 2015, correct?
I don't know the date, but yes.
Okay. And they certainly asked you about the Donovan Thomas shooting, correct?
I don't remember what he asked me.
Okay, well, I'm going to play a clip. But you would agree that January 28, 2015 would have been 18 days after, if Demekion Garlington had told you that information, it would have been 18 days later, this statement.
I guess. I don't keep up with time.
Okay, 28 minus 10 is 18. So 18 days between January 10, 2015 and January 28, 2015. You with me?
All right.
All right, cool. Mr. Kokomo, could you play DS20A, which is States 378 Yankee Beta from 722.37 to 724.40?
Yes, please, thank you. You're fine, suspect, but move yourself out, people.
Okay, did you hear Investigator Dennis ask you who do you think killed Nunn?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
What do you think this? I'm just saying, like, word on the street is, you've been trying to convict within the street there.
Now they said, well, not look good, but
Who?
they my head and up. But then,
Who was that?
I don't know.
Who was that? Come here.
I think his name. Cause I seen like a mix. So they saying they did. Yeah, they saying they did. You know what I'm saying? They trying to make it
What
like.
do you think? Like, what do you think? What do you think?
Okay, right there, you said to Investigator Dennis, when asked who you think killed Nunn, you're saying, they're saying, meaning the streets, right?
Right.
Streets are saying Head and Doc, who are two people you know.
Right.
Those are street names, Head and Doc.
Right.
Streets are saying they did it, but you don't believe that.
Right.
Okay.
Like, real shit?
I think it got something to do with them. I think they did something. They got another piece somewhere else. Cause I didn't hear stories like they're supposed to ran off on somebody with something. You know what I'm saying? But they did.
When you said, I think it had something to do with them, you were referring to Ifgate, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I paused in the middle, I probably shouldn't have, but you started talking about the rumor was Nut ran off with something.
That's what I said.
Okay, and something would be narcotics.
Yes.
Okay.
It's uncovered. I'm just because I was there, and he come back to them. So they're supposed to ran off on somebody with something, and security. I don't know if they didn't say what it was. He's supposed to ran off on them with something, and Rich Homie Coin's supposed to pay him $50,000 to need a new plug. Like Rich Homie Coin told me this, like, yeah. Then Rich Homie Coin like he got $25,000 to take killed. It's like from the picture you showed. Nah, tell me they got shot with nothing. Oh, in the car. Yeah. Okay. He had 25.
Okay, so you continued to say that the rumor was that Nut, or I should say Donovan Thomas, you said Nut, ran off on someone, and that something would have been narcotics.
That's what I said.
Right. Nowhere in that answer did you say, well, Demekion Garlington told me that Shannon and Mr. Kendricks and Duop and Nard killed Nut.
I did say that.
You didn't say that on January 28th.
I didn't say that.
Correct. I'm going to ask you to listen to what's been marked as DS20B, which is that same interview from 7:50:56 to 7:52:50.
why would the Sam Birdman have something to do with it?
Because that's what they gonna do. They gonna do what they, I realize it. You know what I'm saying? They say they back me up. It might be, but they paying for it. So,
They buy him.
yeah, that's what they saying. So I be like, man,
What about nothing on his watch?
So what?
Birdman watch.
I doubt it. So we going Birdman house. I'm not gonna go anymore. The shank car right there. But by every time in the Birdman house, you go in the living room. Don't nobody go anymore.
What about Kale and Grease stealing the watch? Stealing from the phone?
You never heard that back.
What about Kale knocking off that? Got it?
I ain't gonna say I doubt it. Ain't.
I heard that.
I don't say I doubt it. Because when him and Douglas, like, he was like, well, I don't know. I'm gonna tell nothing like this.
Like big homie.
Yeah, like the big brother, like I'm telling like about. Yeah, like he said like I got to tell nothing what he need to say. I'm thinking like I gotta tell nothing, but I ain't never seen that. Like, yeah.
What about Thurman knocking on nuts?
Like I said, I really can't see like when he found out nothing. I don't know. I don't know nothing.
You said that you heard just in the streets that Kid and who the other dude.
Stop. Like they said they got locked up for it. Hey, I don't know which gun they killed me and all this shit. Yeah.
If it's 50% true, 50%.
Okay, this girl, that's exactly what I thought. I said, Gaither and Dennis are like matching each other like twins where they like match and coordinate, but they don't look alike. I was like, do they share clothes? Like, what the f is going on here? I had the exact same thought.
Okay. So, in that clip, Investigator Dennis is again asking you about your theories about who killed Donovan Thomas, correct?
That's what I heard.
And he floated a theory about Birdman being behind killing Donovan Thomas because Donovan Thomas stole a watch of Birdman's. Right? You heard that?
Yes.
And you said you don't know anything about that or you doubt it, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then he asked about Greedy. And Greedy is Donovan Thomas's brother, right?
I guess.
Okay. And you said you didn't know anything about that.
Right.
Okay. And then he asked about Cal.
Yes.
Kelvin Watts, Cal, killing Donovan Thomas. And you said you never heard anything about that.
Yes.
And then he asked about, I think he said Thugger. We're talking about Jeffrey Williams. And you said you don't know nothing about that.
Right.
Correct? All right. That second time when you were asked about your theories about who killed Donovan Thomas, you never said that Demekion Garlington told you that Shannon, Mr. Kendricks, Nard, and Duwop killed Donovan Thomas, did you?
Because he didn't tell me.
I understand. Okay, I'm going to play DS20C, and I'm going to ask you to listen to this clip.
This is masterful, y'all. This is masterful. Schardt just pointed out the dates. Okay, so this was a few hours. Like, if the thing at McDonald's had been said to you, this first interview was a few hours after that. But you didn't mention it because you hadn't made it up yet. Then this interview is a few days later. You didn't mention it because you hadn't made it up yet. Then we go to a month later. You still haven't made it up yet, right? Oh, masterful.
Clip as well.
This is art, bro.
She get a lot of information from her friends. She got a lot of friends, so they get around me. Lucy and I was talking in the studio, and it was Girl in a mission one of them, and she was my girlfriend. And she said, ain't nobody do it. You know what I'm saying? They was all like Killer and K-Rock. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Killer who?
K.
Who's that?
I sent you pictures of that too then. I think I sent you the other picture. They had chopper in the picture. Oh, yeah. The gym was in the car. Yeah, the gym was Ross, like, and they supposed to came back. This is talking about the studio. You know what I'm saying? They just put my name on it, they covered it up. Make it seem like they ain't got beef for the streets, whatever. Yeah. And then they like, she be like, ain't no way they do it. You know what I'm saying? But they gonna keep playing on him. And she be like, Kate, when the nigga got killed, Kate first one called everybody like, we killed nothing. Tell him, man, we did. He's the first one started my name. And like, Kale went along with it. So they had give up. Like, then they did. Like, nothing died, then they started. That same day, I don't know when, they like, they give up. And they supposed to come back for them. You know what I'm saying? Like, Kale walked like, he walked one of them.
Thank you, Roro, so much for the $4.99 super chat. That's awesome.
In that clip, Mr. Copeland, again, you were asked about your understanding or what you've heard about who killed Donovan Thomas, correct?
Right.
And you said that you said that your girlfriend, or a female friend of yours, was at the studio, and she was told that Kel and Kay had robbed somebody.
That's what I said.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And that the people that Kel and Kay robbed came back and killed Donovan Thomas as revenge for being robbed.
Yes.
Okay.
And you said that Kay then started putting it on you to cover his own tracks.
Yes.
And you also specifically said your understanding was Kelvin Watts, the robbery he did was to Fly's plug.
Yes.
Okay. And so we're clear. Fly is Mr. Jervin Henry. Do you know his government name?
No.
Okay. He's someone who runs clubs, correct? And runs TIG, the record label.
I guess.
Okay. And when you say plug, what do you mean by plug? That's a drug distributor, correct?
That's just a phrase that we use. I don't know.
Is it involved in the drug game?
I guess.
Okay. The bottom line is, you gave, on that third clip, you gave some more information about things you heard, but you never said, detectives, let me tell you, Demekion Garlington told me that Shannon, Mr. Kendricks, Duwop, and Nard killed Nut. Did you?
I never said it.
And the reason you never said that on January 28, 2015 is because you hadn't made up that lie yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had, or no, you hadn't?
I haven't. Like.
Okay, and the reason you hadn't made up that lie, let's just be clear, on January 28, 2015, no one was trying to lock you up, right?
I
There
just
it
had no
is.
reason to.
Right, you had no reason
There
to
it
finesse
is.
at that time.
Right. They lost like I was.
I want to ask you about February 20th, 2015. On that date,
Look at
you met with
Hilton. I
investigator
mean, look at
Kerr,
Love.
correct? And let me just, I think his name's Curry, it might be Kerr, but it was the investigator about those people shooting at you at while you were holding your baby. Remember that?
Yes.
You remember that investigator?
I remember. I didn't know their name, but yeah.
Okay. And that would have been 40 days. If Demekion Garlington had in fact told you that my client and others were responsible for Donovan Thomas's death, that would have been 40 days after you received that information, if that had occurred, right?
Okay.
I don't get it.
Okay. It would have been a little bit over a month. February 20th, 2015 is a little bit over a month from January 10th, 2015, correct?
Gotcha. Yes.
Okay. And you were asked in that interview about the Donovan Thomas situation, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't remember. I don't know.
All right.
I can't.
Well, you didn't say anything about Demekion Garlington telling you that Shannon and Mr. Kendricks and Duwop and Nard had killed Donovan Thomas in that interview, did you?
Nope.
And the reason is because you hadn't made up the lie yet, right?
Right.
February 21st, Detective Gaither and Detective Thorpe
So good.
had you in there.
This is so
And
good.
they were arresting you for that bogus probation warrant, right?
Yes.
And you knew it was bogus. You didn't think that it was actually going to stick, did you?
Right.
They asked you about the Donovan Thomas case. And this would have been 41 days after Demekion supposedly gave you that information, right?
Right.
And you never told them that Demekion Garlington told you that Shannon, Mr. Kendricks, Duwop, and Nard killed Nut, did you?
Right.
We can agree that in the 4 recorded meetings prior to June 10, 2015, you never claimed Demekion Garlington said those things about my client or Mr. Kendrick, correct?
Right.
So let's talk about June 10, 2015 and what makes that date different.
Okay.
On June 10th, 2015, okay, we're going to that interview. You with me?
Yes.
All right, appreciate you. You met with Investigator Gaither, Investigator Dennis, Investigator Thorpe, and Federal Agent Cunningham, correct?
No. I didn't meet with him.
They brought you to the interview room and they came in the room.
Yes.
Okay, you didn't choose to meet with them.
No.
All right, and let's just talk about the circumstances. And I'm going to show you a picture that's already in evidence. I believe it's 378 Yankee Echo 1. If I may approach you in that.
You may.
Ugh, this is so good. Y'all, this is amazing. So I'm just taking notes as he's going through it. Now we're in June. Like, we're going step by step by step by step. Now we're in June. Now we're in this room with the federal agent and these other things. Now we're facing down the barrel of a shotgun. We're looking at 40 years in the Fed or whatever it was, right? Now we hear a new story. Like, this shows what Woody's MO was. Beautiful.
That is a picture of you in the interrogation room on June 10, 2015, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to just wait till we can display this. Can you display it? Oh, actually.
No, Max Schardt is not a good lawyer. He's an excellent lawyer. He's a fantastic lawyer. This is good shit, man. This is too good to call him good.
When you go to jail, you wear a blue jail outfit that's given to you by the Fulton County Sheriff Department, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and it says Fulton County Jail or Fulton County inmate on the shirt and the pants, correct?
Yes.
You absolutely hate wearing that blue outfit, correct?
Without a doubt.
Okay. In this picture, you are not wearing one of those blue outfits. You're wearing street clothes, correct?
Right.
Okay, but let's just be clear. In that picture on June 10, 2015, when you're being interviewed, your hands are shackled together, correct?
Yes.
You have leg irons on, correct?
Yes.
And the leg irons are attached to an anchor on the ground, so you cannot get up and run, correct?
And they're hurting.
And they're hurting.
Okay.
And you knew that it was only, unless something drastic happened, it was only a matter of hours before you were going to have a blue Fulton County jumpsuit on, correct?
Yes.
The circumstances of you being brought to that interview room on June 10th, 2015, where federal agents kicked down Miss Quarterman's door that day, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and they kicked down that door looking for you because they had an arrest warrant for you.
Yes.
They had an arrest warrant for you for the April 28, 2015 possession of a firearm incident at the Dunbar Rec Center.
Yes.
Okay.
And while in the apartment, they saw some things, correct?
Yes.
And they went and got a search warrant.
I don't know.
You're not sure if they got a search warrant? Okay.
Don't
Bottom
come
line is
kick
they
down
searched
my
your apartment.
door.
They did.
Okay, and they found a Smith Wesson.
Don't come in my home and then look at my shit and then arrest me for it. See this. This is why I can't be pro-government. You know, like, these are government employees kicking in fellow Americans' doors and then finding shit and prosecuting them for it. That really bothers me. I really don't like that. I really want someone to have probable cause and get a warrant. Now, Schardt is saying he got a warrant. They did it fine. But, oh my God, it pisses me off nonetheless.
Handgun in the kitchen of that apartment, correct?
They found a gun. I don't know what kind.
Okay. Was it a handgun?
I never saw it.
Okay. They also found a stolen laptop computer in your apartment, correct?
That's what they said.
All right. They also searched Deshaun's car, correct?
No.
Well, didn't they find stolen IDs and other stolen property?
That was a rental car.
Okay.
My mama rented.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that clarification. They found a stolen IDs and
Okay.
other property in a rental car
Okay.
that was associated with you, correct? That you had been driving.
Yes.
And also on June 10th, 2015, your daughter's birthday was coming up.
7 days.
7 days from that date.
Yes.
And you had plans to have a big celebration for her birthday.
Yes.
So he's...
Even though you didn't have a blue
Okay.
jumpsuit on during the interview, investigator Gaither informed you that you were under arrest for various charges, correct?
Yes.
And you were under investigation for various other charges.
Yes.
Okay. She told you that you were being charged with possession of a firearm by a convicted felon for the gun at the Dunbar Rec Center.
Yes.
She told you that you were being charged with reckless conduct for leaving the gun on the bleachers at the Dunbar Rec Center.
Yes.
She told you that you were being charged with gang charges for possessing a gun at the Dunbar Rec Center.
Yes.
And you knew that you knew that you weren't getting a bond for the gang charges at first appearance.
Right.
You were going to have to sit for a while because of those gang charges.
Yes.
Unless something drastic happened.
Yes.
You were also told that they were that they were investigating the stolen MacBook computer found in your apartment.
Yes.
You were told that they were investigating the stolen IDs and other property that was found in the rental car.
Yes.
And investigator Gaither told you that she knew that that stolen property found in the rental car was taken during a series of auto breakings in the area, correct?
Yes.
You also had a Henry County bench warrant.
Yes.
I believe you had another bench warrant out of the city of Atlanta involving a four-wheeler. You don't remember that?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Okay, that's fair. And eventually, investigator Cunningham also told you that you were facing potentially federal charges.
Yes.
For the gun that was found in the apartment, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Investigator Gaither told you it's real now, it's about to be real, right?
Yes.
real.
What do you take that to mean?
Exactly what she said.
She was telling you, the way you took it, it was time to get to talking, correct?
Yes.
If you wanted to get out anytime soon.
Yes.
They told you that there was no way around that charge at the Dunbar Rec Center, that it was on video.
Yes.
That you were dead to rights.
Yes.
That they had all the control of the situation, correct?
Yes. I think it said open and shut case.
And let's be clear. Even though you don't have that jail uniform on in this picture, you were thinking about how you just got out of jail 3 months prior. You had just been in jail in that horrible unit with feces and people talking to themselves and people eating whatever they were eating and the isolation. And you were thinking about that on June 10th, 2015, correct?
Yes.
Could you play, Ms. Kokomo, could you play what's been
Cook it.
marked
Cook it.
23B, and this is from States 378 Yankee Echo 940
Schardt is on a damn roll.
4229.
Watch out.
Okay, what you're here for is your warrant from number 2. Can you tell me what's going on with that? Can you tell me what's going on with that? With that weapon? How'd you get it? Number 1. Because I got a version how you got it. I want to hear from you. How'd you get that? How did you get it? I got it. Because we got the video, bro. We got the video. So my question is to you, how did you become in possession of that? When we're going to go back and forth today, I love y'all.
We ain't going back and forth today. That's what Investigator Yater told you.
Say that again?
We ain't going back and forth today.
Right.
You took that to mean that they are in complete control, correct?
That's what it means.
You took that to mean that you needed to tell them what they wanted to know, or you weren't getting out, correct?
This is it. That's what I took it as.
Yeah. Wow. Good. So good.
Because I didn't say, wait, this is not for you to help you. I'm actually not.
Okay. You just heard Investigator Gaither say this is your opportunity for you to help you. Heard that?
Yes.
You took that to mean that this is your chance to give the state or give the police what they want to help your situation.
Hey, when police tell you they're going to help you, they're not.
Finish my
So,
work.
And do you remember when Attorney Steele played that video, I guess it was yesterday, with Agent Cunningham talking about the federal charges? Okay, I'm not going to play that video again.
Thank you.
But I am going to talk to you about a few things that were said. You asked, I got charges with the feds, and Agent Cunningham said, it's up to you. It's totally up to you. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. The police are telling you that you can talk your way out of this situation if you work with them, correct?
Yes.
Agent Cunningham told you you're clearly guilty. She told you that they had you dead to rights. You remember that?
And she said open and shut case.
Okay. You took that to mean they have complete control, and you need to play their game if you want to get out, correct?
Yes.
Agent Cunningham told you about the charges you were facing. She told you that federal sentences don't have parole.
Yes.
No early release.
Yes.
She told you that with federal cases, they don't typically let prisoners stay in Atlanta, right?
Right.
She said that they were typically going to send you to some other state to serve your federal time behind this.
Right.
You didn't want to be separated. You love your daughter, don't you?
With all my heart.
You post about your daughter on Instagram, and you're proud of your daughter, correct?
yeah.
Yes.
And you consider yourself a good father, don't you?
I try to be.
Okay. And you did not want to be separated from your daughter in some federal prison in another state, did you?
Who want to?
Understood. And Agent Cunningham also said that to her understanding, you're a 3-time convicted felon, making you an armed career criminal in the federal system, correct? Remember hearing that?
Yes.
She told you that you were facing 15 years without parole, plus another 10 years without parole for the gun charges, correct?
Yes.
25 years without parole, and that's not even including the conspiracy charges.
Right.
You were 23 at the time, and Agent Cunningham told you, if you don't play ball, you're going to be locked up in a federal prison in another state until you are 48 years old. Isn't that correct?
That's
Yes.
exactly
Wasn't
what
that
you
said?
said.
Yes.
On
Yes.
June 10, 2015.
In the interrogation room.
Miss Agent Cunningham also said that all this is up to you. It's totally up to you, right?
Yes.
She told you that she reports to the U.S. attorney, and she can tell the U.S. attorney what you did to help yourself out.
I think we all heard what she said to me.
Okay? Well, what did you take that to mean?
That I need
You
to
all
help myself
heard
out.
what she said to me.
Does that include lying on others?
That means that this is my chance to get myself out of this situation.
It was time to finesse?
Yeah.
This is so good, y'all. This is so good.
Could you, Mr. Kokomo, could you play 23E?
It is so good. This is unfolding.
And for the record, Your Honor, DS-23E is States Exhibit 378 Yankee Echo, 1031 to 1032.50.
Now we see now perfectly why would he make shit up. Why would he make it up?
Do you understand, right? That that
Yeah.
what was it? And
I didn't know he was
ranking brother in Georgia.
But what I'm saying is, brother, there was between John and
When you go to prison, your name is on there, regardless of if you did or if you didn't. Brother ain't in jail. Brother ain't in jail. Brother on the European tour, whatever.
Did you just hear Investigator Dennis pointing out while you're in the interrogation room, Doug, Mr. Jeffrey Williams is on a European tour?
I couldn't understand nothing that was said.
I couldn't either. That's what I was trying to
Investigator
listen. I
Dennis
can't hear it. I don't
bring
know.
up the European tour that Jeffrey Williams on. Is that something you brought up, or Investigator Dennis, to your recollection?
I guess he did.
They want to put on court time for that. And they don't take a cut. It's you. So you want to speak on what you need to. You need to speak on what you need to speak on. Help.
Did you hear Investigator Dennis say that you were going courtside?
Yeah, I can't hear it the way it sounds.
Okay, and that's okay. Did you hear him? I'm just going to keep asking. If you didn't hear, you didn't hear. Did you hear him saying that there's no protective custody?
I don't know what he said. I can't say what I can't.
Did you hear him say you need to speak on what you need to speak on? Right
I don't
after
know,
bringing
Tavonda. We'll
Jeffrey
talk
Williams
about
in the
that.
European tour.
Y'all ears work better than mine, so you heard what he said.
Okay.
I can't say.
Okay. I'm going to play another portion of the clip. I'm going to ask you to listen, but I understand if you can't hear it, you can't hear it.
Max Schardt has said several times that he has listened to every second of the thousands of hours of interviews and calls. And he's proving that right now. Like, he is proving, he knows these tapes in and out. Man.
Can you play?
That's what you got to think about.
I'm still legit. Hey, you want to but you can determine how long this stand for.
Did you hear Investigator Gaither tell you you're going to jail?
I heard it.
But you get to determine how long.
I can't hear it again.
Yes.
I did not hear any of that.
What you got to think about.
I'm still legit. Hey, you want to but you can determine how long this stand for.
Oh, yeah, once they said
did
what
you
he
take
said,
that to
then I
mean when
understood
Investigator
it.
Gaither says you're going to jail, but you get to determine how long?
She gave me hope.
And what would you have to do to determine? You wanted to not be in jail at all, but certainly not long, correct?
Right.
So what did you feel you needed to do?
Listen to her and seeking happiness my way out of it.
Does that include lying?
That's the first thing first.
Doesn't just include lying. Lying is the first priority.
Okay, Mr. Kokomo, could you play DS-23D, which is States 378 Yankee Echo, 10:04:20 to 10:06:25?
I ain't had no voice like the shooting, none of these. I didn't have no voice. I didn't even do it for the thing. I mean, when they started doing this shit, they not calling my name because they out with it. They didn't even come and name me song. It ain't even me. I mean, the way y'all get me, y'all supposed to be shitting them like this.
Did you just hear yourself say that people are accusing you of things?
Bro, I can't hear nothing in there, bro.
Okay. Could you
No,
play that
I
again?
can't hear it either.
I can't hear it. You can play it 1,000 times. I
Okay,
can't
we're
hear
going to try it one more time because I think it's important. But Mr. Copeland, if you can't hear it, we'll move on, okay?
it. Y'all ears are better than mine.
I understand that. I'm not blaming you.
I ain't had no voice like the shooting, none of these. I didn't have no voice. I mean, I didn't even do it for the thing. I mean, when they started doing this shit, they not calling my name because they out with it. They didn't even come and name me song. It ain't even me. I mean, the way y'all get me, y'all supposed to be shitting them like this. I mean,
Okay. Mr. Copeland, did you hear yourself say, I just hang out with Doug for the fame?
No.
Okay. Did you hear yourself say that people are saying that you're committing these crimes, certain crimes, but it's not you?
I didn't hear. I heard I said Shannon's name, but I don't know what I said with it.
Did you hear? Well, do you remember? Regardless of what you heard, do you remember saying everything that people are blaming me for? They need to look at Shannon.
I probably did. I can't hear what I said.
Now that you have this immunity agreement from the state,
Could you imagine being friends with this guy? He's throwing you, the friend, under the bus. Like, you can't choose some other, like, rival gang members to throw under the bus. You gotta use your friends. You can't be like, oh, yeah, it was Nut. It was Shell Kill. It was Rich Homie Quantum. No, you choose your friend? You throw Shannon. We're gonna throw Shannon, as my friend, under the bus. So weird.
you acknowledge that you were committing crimes back then, correct?
What you mean?
Well, you've acknowledged that, and we're going to get to it later, but you've acknowledged that you and Threat shut up Rich Homie Kwan's dad's barbershop, for instance. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You testified to that.
He did.
All right.
Okay. So when you said, I ain't doing nothing, when people are blaming me, they need to be looking at Shannon, that was not true. That was you trying to shift blame from yourself. That was you finessing.
But I already said it.
I understand that. But that's an example of you finessing, correct? And shifting the blame from you to Shannon, right?
Perfect.
I said it to you, and I said it to them, and I'm saying it again. I have lied, and you're gonna keep sitting here asking me the same question. You just said a minute ago that you weren't gonna ask me the same question.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna play something not that you said, but what other people said to you, okay? And I'm gonna ask you to listen. And if you can't hear, you can't hear, okay?
All right.
I really have some kids. I can't take care of my kids, man. I mean, fuck that, man. I ain't did nothing. I ain't shoot the houses. I ain't shot nobody. I mean, man, I wish I had done because the judge told me, man, I had to write the damn like this. Because the same night I got killed, I came down here. I don't really tell them, but here's what I'm just thinking, like, man, they need to throw it out, man. Even right now, I'm just thinking, like, man, I'm just fuck myself up, man. Just worse. Yeah. I want to say, I don't know. I'll make that decision. I ain't got no vote.
You go.
They would talk to the USA. Did y'all say?
Did you hear yourself ask Agent Cunningham if your case going to the feds?
Yes.
Did you hear Agent Cunningham say, I don't know, I just talked to the AUSA?
No.
Okay. Keep playing.
Decision on what's going out there. I ain't got no voice. I ain't. You were. I feel you. I don't get that before the day. That's yet to be determined. But you have every part of the gun that was found today. No, you keep saying the gun don't found today. I didn't have a gun. So I keep saying that my fingerprint. My fingerprint never come back on the gun. Do you know what actual constructive possession is? Spin around. Yeah. Be around. But I didn't know what it was.
Is that me or is her voice annoying as hell?
Man, I'm not even. The man didn't know. He's still. Now this is what I'm saying here. Man, I'm just. I mean, we were there. I mean, but I wasn't there yesterday. But you were there this morning when they found it. You know, I got there this morning. You know, that's irrelevant. You were there. My name is probably look. You were there. You were there. That's all I need. That's on you. So what do you need me to do? I'm just trying to do it. I mean, that's on you. This is on me. It ain't over. I got it. Help yourself. I'm trying to help you. You talking. That's your start.
Did you hear yourself, Ms. Copeland, ask Agent Cunningham, what do you need me to do? I'm just trying to get out of jail.
Yes.
Okay. And did you hear Agent Cunningham respond, you help yourself? You help yourself?
Yes.
Help us help you?
Yes.
You're talking, that's a start?
I said yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Help us help you. Did you take that as it was time for you to finesse, to start telling stories on others, to get yourself out of the situation?
Yes.
Yes. I did.
I got one more clip I'm going to ask you to listen to, Mr. Copeland. And this is actually from February 21st, 2015. Ms. Kokomo, I'm going to ask you to publish what's already DS24A, which is already, it's a clip from States Exhibit 378 Yankee Delta from 433.33 to 436.11. And again, that's from the February 21st,
So
2015
prepared,
interview
so ready.
with Investigator Gaither and Detective Thorpe, okay?
Schardt is just.
You know how they got me here? They got me in the bed. Somebody protecting me. If you feel like you need to protect me, why they keep me out of business? No, it don't quite work that way. It's understand.
Now, you recognize that as Detective Thorpe's voice, correct? He's not on the video. He's off the camera, but you recognize that as his voice, correct?
You play it again?
Yep. Just back up 5 seconds.
No, it don't quite work that way. It's understand. It is not working. You're not gonna have it your fucking way. I ain't trying to play my will.
You remember Detective Thorpe telling you that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to ask you to listen to what he tells you. I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page with Detective Thorpe, okay?
I haven't no. Hear me out, but you need to get somebody who's gonna talk real shit to you. I ain't gonna walk around with you. I ain't gonna talk. I'm not gonna hold your hand. I'm not gonna hit you across the street. None of that. I ain't. Hear me. You locked up for probation violation. Whatever happens between you and the parole board and the probation unit, that's on y'all. Now, myself and Second Case, we're gonna take time out of our off day to get you out of jail, talk to you, to see whatever information you give, we use to help you. But you gotta give in order to get. All you want to give. But you want to get nothing back. At the end of the day, I didn't have it alone. Go, and I told you before. You and I, we're not going to do 68. I'm not going to blow you in. You owe me one. No, it don't work that way. You understand what I'm getting at? Because I don't fuck around with you no more. You want people to help you out, but then you step and stop at the certain line and say, well, you think I'm the rest. I got the information.
Mr. Copeland, that was on February 21st, 2015. You would agree that Detective Thorpe made these comments to you before you first lied and said that Mr. Garlington told you the information on Shannon and others, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Investigator Thorpe said, I ain't gonna F around with you, right?
Yes.
You have to give in order to get.
Yes.
You want to say, give me, give me, give me. You don't give back.
Yes.
And of course, the give me was you getting out of trouble, getting out of jail, right?
Right.
Okay. You and I, we aren't going to do a 68. I'm not going to blow you and you owe me one.
Right.
You said that?
Yes.
Did you understand the message that he was getting across when he said that?
Right.
We are not going to no DA and say, you cut us a break and he ain't give us nothing. You heard him say that?
Right.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I have the information, but I'm not gonna say anything else. Y'all need to go and take me out of jail, and I'm good after that. No, but they don't work that way. When they fuck TV show you watch, they motherfuckers wrong. I don't look at TV.
I can't hear
So
you.
whoever told you what, if you think you're dead and wrong. We're not going to go to no district attorney and say, can you go ahead and cut him a break because he gave us nothing? Nigga, don't work that way. When the fuck your life start working that way? It don't work that way. That's a fucked up. You gotta give it to you. And that's just being real. Now we.
Did you hear Investigator Gaither back Detective Thorpe up and tell you, you got to give to get, and that's just being real?
Yeah, I heard it.
That's crazy. You gotta give to get. Y'all have me
Ms.
hold
Copeland,
up in a
these are just some
wall.
examples.
You're
The
gonna hold
reality
me
is
for
the
years, and
detectives
I gotta
in
give
this
to
case
you?
had been encouraging you to tell stories on others to get yourself out of trouble.
Boy,
correct?
bye.
For the 100th time, I've been telling you that.
You knew how to finesse on your own, right? But the detectives were also encouraging you to finesse, correct?
They were tricking me.
They're not tricking him. I don't think he was tricked. Come on. Schardt is on fire, y'all. Cooking.
As I understand it, Mr. Copeland, your testimony is that you told many lies in these interviews in 2015, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to just review with you some of the lies that you told, okay?
Okay.
All right.
All right, thank you. First of all,
It's getting
I want
good.
to talk to you about the gray infinity. Okay?
I'm listening.
All right. Through the questioning of the police, and I don't know, maybe through other information that you've been given, you're aware that there's a surveillance video of the shooting of Donovan Thomas, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that the surveillance video shows a gray sedan, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that the police believe it to be an Infiniti, correct?
They put it on the news.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask Mr. Kokomo to publish
They put it on the
DS19A.
news. Copeland is making up his lies by taking truth. So when that's wild. Thank you everyone for joining. I notice we have a lot of people here in the chat. Thank you so much. I'm Lauren Cadilac. I'm an attorney in Dallas, Texas. I do real estate litigation. I am in the courtroom. I used to be in the courtroom a lot more before COVID, but I'm in the courtroom. I'm a litigator, and I've been watching the YSL trial since prior to the jury being seated, because I think there's a really interesting First Amendment right issue in using lyrics against someone. But as you all know, this whole trial has been a shit show, and so here we are on our weekly recap. And this week was the most beautiful cross-examinations I have ever seen. So we're watching, hi Gigi, we are watching Maxwell Schardt in his final cross-examination of Woody. Now, a couple things I saw in the chat. Is the prosecution going to redirect? Yes, of course they're going to redirect. And one thing that I hate is they had Thursday, Friday, and then they have Monday off, right? So they have a 5-day weekend, which gives the prosecution plenty of time to go back and contribute and find all these other things to do a really, really good recross. I hate that. I hate that they have all this extra time to do it. I feel like if the crosses had ended on Tuesday, and they had a recross on Wednesday, it would not probably be that great. But I'm guessing we're going to look at least a day of recross, at least. They've had 5 days. They're going to have 5 days to prepare for the recross. And they can go back and watch Law and Crime. And they can come back and watch my this. So, yeah, they're going to recross. No doubt. There is no trial again until Tuesday. This judge had a pre-planned event or vacation. And I think that's it. All right, let's get back to it.
Which is a clip from States 378 Yankee A, which is the January 11, 2015 interview, from 3/1847 to 3/1938.
He is so prepared, too. He knows, like, every second. It's total contrast to the prosecution.
Who's Walter Lee Maddox? Who's Dr. Maddox? No, anything? Did y'all ever rent or own an Infiniti? Infiniti. Y'all ever rent one of those cars before? Have you ever stopped in an Infiniti before? Yeah. From accident in an Infiniti? No. A Maxima? Have I ever had coverage in? No. Okay. Anytime. I had coverage in the Pontiac. That was a couple years ago. I ain't had no coverage. I had no risk.
He mentioned a Pontiac again.
Okay, this is the same night that Donovan Thomas was shot and killed, correct?
Can you say it again?
This is the same night. This interview was the same night that Donovan Thomas was shot and killed, correct?
I guess.
Okay. And Detective Thorpe, you heard him. He asked if you've ever owned or rented an Infiniti, correct?
That's what he said.
And you said no. Right? He asked if you ever wrecked an Infiniti. Right?
Right.
And you said no.
Right.
Okay. I'm going to publish, Your Honor, with your permission, DS-19B, which is a clip from the same interview on 378 Yankee Alpha, States Exhibit 378 Yankee Alpha, from 3:20:28 to 3:20:48. It's just 20 seconds.
Is it video?
Yes. 3:20:28 to 3:20:48.
Y'all ever had an Infiniti Gray?
It's not there.
Gray? Y'all ever?
Is it up now?
No.
Okay. Could you start it over?
Y'all ever had an Infiniti Gray? A Gray Infiniti Q45 before? A truck? No. A cup? Yeah. Not I know. I actually wanted to make his car. It would be a car he original or something like that. That's cool. That's cool.
Okay. In that clip, again, Detective Thorpe asked you about whether you ever had a Gray Infiniti, correct?
Right.
And you said, not that I know of.
Right.
Okay. Those were your statements on January 11, 2015, hours after Donovan Thomas was shot, correct?
Right.
Okay. I want to talk about the reality. The reality is that you asked Jeffrey Williams to rent you a Gray Infiniti, correct?
I'm listening.
Or I should say you asked him to rent you a car, and it ended up being a Gray Infiniti, correct?
I'm listening.
Okay. The reality is that on the night of June 9th, going into the morning of June 10th, the same day that Donovan Thomas was shot, you were driving that Infiniti on the highway, correct?
Look at his
I
face.
don't know.
I
I
love
can't
when
remember,
his
can't remember
scrunchy
when I
face.
was driving.
We just saw your testimony.
That's his like, I'm making up a lie face. He has to really search for that lie. Just real quick, welcome Kay Cooper, welcome to the chat. I have literally the best chat on the internet, so thank you for being here. After Schardt ends here, the judge says maybe y'all should work out some kind of deal. That is because the judge, through the artful cross-examination of these defense attorneys, kind of sees a little of the weaknesses we're seeing. Okay, so we'll get back into it. I mean, Schardt is just, it's masterful. This is masterful. If I taught in a law school, I would show this. If I was a mock trial coach, I would show this. This is how I want my team to cross. This is beautiful. There is no defense attorney whose style I prefer over another. Oh, Shannon, thank you so much for the $5. What does recross consist of? Can they go back since he's answered questions and just start over? What keeps them from doing so? So in the recross, you can ask them anything that came up in cross. You can ask about anything that came up in cross and probably touch a little on a redirect if they didn't cross on that particular subject, but you can't bring in new material. So we're not going to see some new video that does something else. So great question. Thank you for asking, and thank you for the $5 super chat. As a reminder, starting today through September 30th, we are celebrating my 43rd birthday, and in doing so, all of your donations, your super chats, your merch purchases, all of those things, 43% will go to the National Center for Exploited and Missing Children. Okay. This does seem like a mock or parody trial. It seems much more like a parody, especially when you see the state doing their job. When we see the defense doing their job, we see much more of like, this is how a trial really goes.
From earlier in this trial.
Yeah, but you're being specific about the time. I don't know.
Okay. The reality is,
I don't know when I written on the script. That's what I'm saying.
okay. Do you agree that it was, I'm not asking for a time, do you agree that it was on the evening of January 9th? It was nighttime that you wrecked.
It was nighttime.
You were speeding on the highway and you hit some cones.
I lost control, yeah.
And that was, I believe in your testimony, you said you wrecked the car. And let me be clear, Quindarius Zachary, Lil D from Cleveland, you know who I'm talking about?
Yes.
Lil D from Cleveland was in that car, that Infiniti, with you on the night you wrecked.
Yes.
Okay? And after wrecking the car, you guys reattached the bumper on the side of the highway, correct?
How you know that?
Is it true?
I'm listening.
Okay.
I'm
And
listening.
after you reattached the bumper, that's when you went and pulled up on threat Trevante Turner at a music studio somewhere around Northside Drive, I believe is what you said,
Yes.
correct? And you gave that car that Infiniti to Trevante Turner.
Yes.
Okay, and in your testimony, you said then you went home, fell asleep, and the next day you woke up, and that's when the Donovan Thomas shooting occurred. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just working through this with you. I'm not trying to trick you. So based on your testimony, you were driving that car, that Infiniti, on the evening of January 9th, going into January 10th. Correct?
I guess.
Of 2015, with Mr. Zachary.
I guess.
And you gave that Infiniti to your good friend, Threat, in the early morning hours of January 10th, 2015. Correct?
I gave it to him at nighttime. It was dark.
Okay. So you don't remember if it was before midnight or after midnight. Is that what you're saying?
I don't keep up with the time.
Okay, that's fine.
We know
The
that.
bottom line is, you were specifically asked about that Infiniti, or an Infiniti, hours after Donovan Thomas was shot. And you denied ever being in possession of an Infiniti, correct?
Say that again.
When you were asked on January 11th, early in the morning, talking to Detective Thorpe, when Detective Thorpe, the lead investigator of the Donovan Thomas murder, asked you about possessing a gray Infiniti, you denied that you ever had one, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's talk about the gun at the Dunbar Rec Center. As I understand your testimony, or as I understand your statements, let me back up, I'm sorry.
Oh,
At the Dunbar Rec Center, we're talking about a Diamondback .223 assault rifle, correct?
Schardt does so well.
Okay, so we're not talking about a handgun, we're talking about a semi-automatic machine gun, is that a fair assessment?
A chopper.
A chopper, okay.
Ooh,
And
crazy.
in your statements, back in 2015, you repeatedly denied possession of that gun, didn't you?
They put it on me.
Okay. And your testimony actually here today is that you were just there playing basketball and they put it on you.
That's what the video showed.
Okay. You specifically said in your statements when you were trying to get out of jail, I ain't do nothing, right?
Right.
Okay. The reality is that you pled to that case in federal court, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In federal court, you acknowledged possessing that gun.
Yes.
Okay. And you were sentenced.
Yes.
Okay. And you served, and to be fair to you, you served your sentence, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's talk about the stolen IDs in the rental car and the laptop in the apartment on June 10, 2015, okay? And that's the day that the federal agents kicked into Sean's door and locked you up. And that's also the same day that you made up the story and lied and said Demekion Garlington told you that Shannon and others were responsible for killing Donovan Thomas, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you play
Okay, someone said the state had all these all along, and they should have known. The state did know. They didn't play these videos on purpose. They watched these videos. They knew these videos contributed their position. But the reason they dumped all this shit into the defense's hand and didn't specify anything is because they figured they could overwhelm the defense and the defense would never find these. Oops. Oops, they were found. Oopsies. Oops, you've misestimated. Oops. Oh, this state is so bad. I mean, this is our government, y'all. We should expect, if our government is going to come after us like this, they need to come prepared. Come with the fucking receipts and come prepared. Don't come after me without the receipts and preparation, okay? Don't do it. This is our government. We need to demand better. We really do.
DS23I for me, Mr. Kokomo, and that's States Exhibit 378 Yankee Echo. from June 10th, 2015, from 11:25:01 to 11:26:20.
Like I said, I didn't say that you can tell you did that shit. Yeah, okay. They want to know that? Need to hit me, little Mike.
Can you play it again?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hold on. Gigi says, sad the games they play with people's lives. Let's add to that, Gigi. The games our tax dollars are paying them to play with people's lives. Unacceptable. Completely unacceptable and completely un-American. This is why I don't hang out with prosecutors. I will not be hanging out with the long arm of the law. Thank you very fucking much. And if you choose to go, it's one thing, like with the Sarah Boone, we got the video, he's screaming for help, she's saying fuck you. That's pretty cut and dry, right? Like that woman should be in jail. She took a man's life. But on stuff like this, it's not cut and dry. Come fucking prepared, government. Come prepared. I'm not paying you to toy with me.
Yeah, okay. They want to know that? Need to hit me, little Mike. Little Mike, please.
In that clip, you're being asked about how those stolen items ended up in your apartment and your rental car, correct?
Yes.
And you're telling the investigators that you didn't do those auto breakings that resulted in those items being stolen, correct?
Right.
You're saying it was Little Mike and Quez from Etheridge?
Yes.
You never heard of them? You never heard of them? They whatever they call it about them. Anyway, you put out the other day my found time with y'all and that.
There's gonna be a lot of motherfuckers on there.
I'm gonna know too.
You.
Well,
Why you gotta go?
I don't know. Why I got to sometimes you out for what that mean? Maybe you went out for
Wanna say somebody out there? You know?
no, just like I mean,
I like how Schardt paces with his hands in his pockets, so casual, like, you know, it's great. While the video plays, it's wonderful.
Bloody, bro.
No, you know, you talking about Javante? Yeah, you let Javante. Yeah, he supposed to see him. You know what I'm saying? But when they go back on, I didn't know.
Okay. There you're saying that you gave the car to Javante, who gave it to Lil Mike and Quez, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you would agree that Detectives Gaither and Dennis are telling you we've never even heard of Lil Mike and Quez, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Copeland, Lil Mike is not a real person, is he?
No.
That was a finesse. You invented a person out of thin air, correct?
Yes.
Quez is not a real person. You invented him out of thin air.
You cannot tell me he's
correct?
not smart.
Yes.
You invented those people to take the heat off of you and put it on fictional characters.
Okay. I love movies. Have y'all seen The Usual Suspects? If you haven't seen it, just so you know, I'm about to, like, spoiler alert, okay? You remember Kaiser Sose? You remember at the end? All the little words that were around the cop's office. They're asking him questions. He limps out of there. Woody is Kaiser Sose, okay? Woody is Kaiser Sose when it comes to police interrogation. Making up Little Mike, making up Quez, like making up whole humans that don't exist. It, to me, reminds me so much of The Usual Suspects and the Kaiser Sose making up... Woody is fucking smart, period. Period. I know one other person who can make shit up like that. Like that, you know. And he's smart as hell. My son's father. He can make shit up, bro. He be making some shit up. Kaiser Sose. Like, you can play dumb, but you ain't dumb. Alright, Woody, I got you. I see you. Roll one up, I'm sorry, I didn't see that an hour ago. Fucking Kaiser Sose in the flesh, y'all.
I done told y'all this is what I do.
That's your finesse, right? The reality is that stolen merchandise was found in your apartment and in your rental car. and you invented fictional characters to take the heat off yourself, right?
Yes.
I know you're going to say, I told you that's what I do.
I guess.
But I got to ask the questions. You understand?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. October 27, 2021. Okay. Mr. Copeland, I am handing you what's marked DS25C. Do you recognize the people in that photograph?
Yes.
Okay, and who are those people?
Me and the police.
Okay, and do you know either of the police officers' names?
Miss V, and I think that the white man named Kelly, something like that.
Okay, could the Caucasian gentleman be known as Investigator Kettle?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, and Miss V is Investigator Viverito?
Yeah, the probation officer.
Okay. And are you in an interrogation room in that photo?
Yes.
Okay, and is that a photo from the interrogation of you on October 27, 2021?
Yes.
Okay, and at this time, Your Honor, I would ask to admit DS25C into evidence.
All right.
Mr. Kokomo, could you publish it?
Oh, that's a good point. Maybe Woody
And
threw him under the bus
like I
because
asked you about
he knew it
the
was fake,
photo
so
from
he didn't think they could
2015,
charge him.
I'm going to ask about this photo as well. You don't appear to be wearing a Fulton County blue uniform, are you?
No.
Okay, and I can't tell if were your arms shackled together during that interview?
My leg.
All right, and we see you're wearing Timberland boots, and we see a chain right next to the boot, correct?
It's on my leg.
Right, and that's shackling you to the ground.
Yes.
You are under arrest in this photo.
Yes.
Okay,
we
and you
watched
know that
this
you
one.
are soon to be wearing a Fulton County blue uniform, correct?
That's what they told me.
Okay. And the allegations of that case were you were pulled over at Atlantic Station in Atlanta, correct?
No.
Where were you?
Walking.
Okay, you were walking. All right. According to the police, they searched a car that they were saying was yours, right?
Yes.
And they found a handgun under the car seat, correct?
That's what they claim.
Okay. And you were a convicted felon, so you're not allowed to possess the handgun.
But I was walking.
Okay, I understand that's what you're saying.
If you don't believe that the police, the government, our government, the one our taxes pay for, the police, plant evidence, you're an idiot. They do. They do that. They'll plant evidence. They're not afraid. They're not afraid to lie and cheat. The rules only apply to us, y'all.
But you were charged with reckless conduct and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
No. I was charged with driving with suspended license and a firearm.
Okay.
But he
Thank
was
you for that
walking?
correction. When you say firearm, you're talking about possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
Yes.
Okay. And there's a little complication with that explanation. You were in fact searched after you were arrested, correct?
I was tased and everything.
Okay. And when the police searched your clothing, correct?
Yes.
And they actually found a magazine in your pocket, and bullets in your pocket, correct?
That's what they say.
In the pocket of the pants you were wearing.
That's what they say.
And when I say a magazine, that's a component of a gun that holds the bullets, correct?
I guess.
Okay. All right, Mr. Kokomo, could you play DS25B, which is
Okay,
from...
I have a question. If he had bullets in his pocket and he was tased, isn't it like a taser? Isn't that like electricity? Wouldn't that like burn his like? Wouldn't being tased like make? I don't know. Am I like far fetched on this? I don't know. Like everything I know about science I see in the movie, so obviously it's not real. But in my lawyer brain, I'm like, if they tase him and he has metal on him, it's gonna fry him. Sorry guys, I just got so distracted because I realized they flattened out the dirt that they had been piling. Okay, I'll show you at the end. Okay, so wouldn't the taser like and then like the metal hurt you in some way? Wouldn't we be able to see? No. Okay, never mind. Do not ask me for help in science homework or math. Now I'm embarrassed. I was like, that's so stupid, Lauren. What a dumb idea. knew science and math like 20 years ago when I had just got out of high school when I learned them, but I'm gonna be 43 this month and I don't use that shit, you know, so I don't really know any of it. I kind of tossed it out when I learned about the law. You gotta choose one, you know? So, okay. It sounded like a good idea. It sounded smart. All right, here we go. We'll get back to it. Sorry.
10/27/21 interview from 2:23:05 to 2:23:58.
I think that video has been tendered and admitted. It has not.
I am asking to, well, I'll go about this a different way. Thank you, Ms. Huff.
I have an objection. I'm just saying that it's not admitted.
I might not need to play the video. Mr. Copeland, do you remember in that interview you were asked about if that's not your gun in the car and if you were just walking, why do you have a magazine with bullets in your pocket? Correct? You remember them asking you that?
Can I speak to my lawyer?
Yes. Well,
Yes, you can. Let's take a break anyway.
Okay.
We'll take about 15 minutes.
Okay, Schardt was doing great. Woody got nervous. All right, here we go.
It doesn't necessarily have to be done today, but it has to be done fairly quickly if the ultimate decision is going to be something other than she stays here. So we can do one or the
Okay,
other. This
some
afternoon.
jury
We can either finish
issue.
the cross, or we could deal with the juror, but I don't think we can do both, which is fine. So I just was kind of maybe going to ask you, do you have a preference?
I would prefer to finish my cross.
Okay, and I think that probably makes more sense anyway, but we're going to need to then deal with the juror issue Tuesday, I think is. We just can't leave that out there. You know, I'm sure she's wondering what the decision's going to be.
Are we able, if Mr. Schardt, I know he said he was going to go for maybe another hour to hour and a half. If he does finish just before 5 or within a certain amount of time, would the court be willing to inquire of the juror?
Sure, if we, if it's like close to 5, but I don't want, yes, maybe. It just all depends on what our timing's going to be.
Okay.
All right, let's get Mr. Copeland back in, get the jury back
Copeland
in.
back on the stand. Here we go.
Were in your pocket because you had just grabbed someone else's pants and put them on, correct?
Yes.
The reality, Mr. Copeland, is that those were your pants.
Prove it.
Okay. Let me ask you
Prove
this.
it.
Did you plead guilty to possessing a firearm in case 22 SC 182134 on June 28, 2023?
I play no low.
Okay, and that was involving this incident, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you about the shooting of Rich Homie Kwan's father's barbershop.
Okay.
Okay?
Something
Is that
important.
okay?
No.
Okay, well, I got to do it.
No.
You're aware that Rich Homie Kwan's father does own a barbershop in Atlanta, correct?
Of course.
I guess.
Okay.
Even I'm aware of that.
2014, someone shot up Rich Homie Kwan's father's
Hey,
barbershop.
Jiggy,
correct?
welcome.
I guess.
Okay. And this was a big deal. Rich Homie Kwan, at least at that time, was a well-known rapper.
I'm listening.
Okay. And Rich Homie Kwan was trying to find answers to who shot up his father's barbershop, correct?
That's
I mean, he came to you for answers.
all right.
You knew Rich Homie Kwan, right?
Something like that.
Okay. And he came to you for answers, and he told you that he thought Trevante Turner, threat, shot up his father's barbershop.
Right.
And you took it upon yourself to convince Rich Homie Kwan that it was not threat.
Right.
And you did that, at least partially, because you knew that Rich Homie Kwan was thinking about putting money on Threat's head, correct?
I'm listening.
And when I say money on Threat's head, taking out a contract to have to have Trevante Turner, Threat, killed.
I'm listening.
$25,000, right?
I'm listening.
Okay. On January 28th, 2015, you were asked by investigator Dennis about the shooting of Rich Homie Kwan's father's barbershop, correct?
You say when?
January 28th, 2015, during the interviews that we've been talking about.
All right.
Okay. The interviews that you've said you lied in, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to publish DS22A, which is States 378 Yankee Bravo, and the time is 7:24:00 to 7:27:30.
Okay.
All right.
So far, Schardt's pretty much only used the state's evidence already. Stuff that's already in. There was one, he didn't use it, that wasn't
honestly,
in.
That's you, Investigator Dennis, and Investigator Gaither, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Bert and Ernie.
It's like from the bitch you just showed. They got shot with him. Oh, in the car? Yeah. Okay. He had 25,000.
We're going to get to Rich Homie Kwan's father's barbershop in a second. Trevante Turner is now sadly deceased, correct? All right. When you were talking about him being shot back in 2015, he was also shot in 2015, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was Shell Kel who shot
I'm not for sure who shot him.
Okay.
I take you up.
Who did?
The Rich on Corn shit. Because he was telling me. So I'm telling Rich on Corn, like, bro, you got to get your house. He's saying that shit at my house, bro.
Right.
Rich on Corn, like, he like, bro, they just look like that, bro. Like, we saying shit. I'm like, but still, bro, you out here hating me, this and that. So Rich on Corn, like, bro, it ain't dead. We saying shit. I just can't turn my back on. Like, it ain't dead, bro. You support these niggas, bro. So the more you support them, the more they gonna come out to this. If you leave them alone.
And in there, we still haven't gotten to the barbershop part, but in there, you're talking about conversations with Rich Homie Quan and his problems being linked to the Bloods, correct?
I guess.
Okay, and Rich Homie Quan not really being built like that.
For sure.
Okay. And the fact that he was scared to leave the Bloods, but in your opinion, they wanted to use Rich Homie Quan for his money.
I'm talking to the police.
Okay, but that's what's being discussed.
All right.
I'm not saying it's the truth. That's what's being discussed, though.
All right.
Okay.
Then everything gonna go away, you know? Then you're like, why don't you protect me, bro? We need y'all, bro. I need y'all to protect me. How you ever gonna protect you? You and you got to do it. Then you're like, so you shot my truck, bro? That's out of the truck. Man, you been, you know what I mean? You been around. Like, no, I'll just, you went there like this.
What did he have 25 to do? Tay hit him.
Say, Tay Daddy got shot.
RICO.
Yeah, so like how they say my name? On back here, they say Tay. They saying Tay did. I know Tay.
And just so we're clear, you said Rich Homie Quan's daddy got shot. So it wasn't just a barbershop that was shot. His barbershop was shot, but he actually got shot in the barbershop, correct?
I don't know nothing about all that.
Okay. Well, that's what you said. You said it. Rich
I'm
Homie
talking to the police again.
Okay.
Can't do it. You know what I'm saying? That don't lie. So saying Tay did like I know Tay. You know what I'm saying? And I told you they did for it.
Who did it?
Somebody else did some.
Spit it out.
You know what I'm saying? Some niggas that had money over there. You know what I'm saying?
They got money.
No, I'm not banking.
A lot of niggas banking got money.
No, I couldn't think of the name, but this nigga supposed to have paid somebody from Johnson Road on London Street so they have to do it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
To kill him every time to get that farm? What's the target of daddy?
Cause like the thing is, we got out the street, I seen corn crying, like, oh, bro. And he tried to kill him dead. You know what I'm saying? But him and Tate didn't have a problem. So do anything.
And you just, about 15 seconds before we paused it, you were talking about who shot up Rich Homie Quan's barbershop. Rich Homie Quan's father's barbershop. And you said a man from Bankhead with money hired someone from Johnson Road to do it, right?
I'm listening.
Is that correct? Is that what you said?
That's what I said.
Okay. Somebody from Bankhead, and when you say Bankhead, you're talking about Donald Lee Hollowell Road, right?
I guess.
Okay, well, you said it. Bankhead means street.
Bankhead mean the area.
Okay. That area off of Bankhead. And he paid someone from Johnson Road to shoot up Rich Homie
I
Quan's.
ain't pay nobody to do nothing.
I didn't say you.
Oh.
The person from Bankhead with money, according to you in this interview, person from Bankhead with money paid someone from Johnson Road to shoot up Rich Homie Quan's barbershop.
Again, I'm talking to the police.
Okay.
Tate.
Right.
Him going through it and Tate with him. But you don't even know they Tate.
Right.
I don't have a problem. But Tate went to school with him. And they feel like they can retaliation. Man, they ain't. But like, I couldn't say him because no matter how many times I tried to talk Tate, he always had in his head, Tate did. Right. So like, man, y'all shoot, man.
So that's what that was about the other day.
I called Tate, you know. I was going to hesitate, but I had Tate put on me like, I was like Friday or Thursday or Friday. Tate pulled out like, bro, bitch, I'm calling at 25,000 on your head.
Why so much?
He don't need the jealous Tate. Yeah. He really scared, he's scared of Tate. So I said, Tate, like, bro, he trying to bitch my, then bitch, I'm supposed to go and care of. You know what I'm saying? So I'm feeling like, that's what he did, because the whole time you can have the money on Tate's head, and he ain't do it, so when you go in the man out, that's what happened. That's on him, you know what I'm saying? But I ain't talk to Tate, so I don't know how it happened, I don't know what happened. But I knew Tate was missing nobody. Tate started doing whatever he's doing, he just ran around, they trying to be around.
Okay.
And I literally don't understand anything he
Let's
said.
unravel. And I'm not saying, Ms. Copeland, please understand, I'm not saying that's the truth. I'm just talking about what you've told the police.
I told you, I told the police anything.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand that. Okay? But I'm just want to talk about what you said. I'm not saying it's the truth. In that story that you gave the police, you were saying that Rich Homie Quan was convinced that Trevante Turner, Tay, shot up his father's barbershop.
What I'm saying is, you think I'm letting somebody hurt my partner? So if I'm having a conversation with Rich Homie and he trying to put some money on my friend, you think I'm really having a conversation with him?
No.
It don't make any sense.
Okay, but can I finish my question? So what you told the police, not saying it's the truth, what you told the police is that you talked to Rich Homie Quan and tried to convince him that Tay did not shoot up his father's barbershop because Rich Homie Quan had $25,000 on his head, right? That's what you told the police.
Never put the police on what's going on. Mislead police. That's my always the mindset.
I got
Okay.
All right, you keep talking about what I told them.
I understand. I think we're all on the same page.
We can't be.
Okay. Let me ask you another question. Okay, let's play the next clip. DS24B, which is 378 Yankee Delta. It's from February 21st, 2015, from 4/12/10 to 4/16.
asking me who did the best out of the four. It's like asking which layer of the layer cake is the best.
And I told you the only way for you to start this off, to get this shit started, is you gotta talk to her straight up. That's it. You gotta talk to her straight up. Because if you're not, it's just gonna continue and continue and continue. And I hate to see you or anybody else come up there behind the bullets because everybody want to be going to the streets.
They're trying to want to say, tell the shoot tell how people about. British, they treat tail them. I don't know, man, like that hiding.
Not saying it's true. You told Investigator Gaither that Rich Homie Quan paid Shell Kel, to shoot Tay. Correct?
That's what I said.
Okay.
It is like
And
a
then when
lifetime
Tay
movie,
Paul,
right?
Tay Paul picked him out. But when Tay Paul, give it time to come back out to this does. Then my so-called truth, not my mother child, not somebody, I don't know, but go around tell the folks that I shot the house up. When she know the whole time they said take up. So you see what I got to do?
Hold on, get this straight. You said Quan paid who? Caleb to shoot that tag. To kill Tay. How much you paid?
It's supposed to be 25,000.
Did you get it?
I told Tay for it. I told Tay, Tay come pull up on me. Tay pull up on me. I said, bro, look, bro. I love you, there, bro. You gotta wait, bro. Rich on the corner, goddamn. You want you dead, bro.
Why though?
Cause somebody said Rich on the corner, daddy, about shot.
Right.
They think
Somebody take it, right?
Yeah, they think it was Tay. I don't think it was on the corner. It wasn't Tay.
Who was it?
I don't know. Then the crazy thing about it, they, like, as I was listening, they were speaking on it like, it's supposed to be somehow Bankhead with some money. I don't know who he was, who he is. I never heard. I heard their name, but I can't think of what it is. But I know if I was the head, I know. But he's supposed to have paid somebody to do it. And I'm telling Rich on the corner, like, I know Tay ain't do it. You know what I'm saying? Tay not just gonna walk with you. Okay? So he's like, what I'm telling you, it was Tay. I'm like, no, it wasn't. He's like, man, I'm like, no, it wasn't. I'm not.
All right. So
Okay, I heard that better with the
interview on a different
maybe
day.
I'll wear both.
You're again talking about the shooting of the Rich Homie Quan's father's barbershop and of Rich Homie Quan's father, correct?
I'm listening.
Okay. And again, what you just said on that tape was someone from Bankhead with some money paid someone to do it, right?
Right.
Okay. So in two separate interviews, you told detectives that someone from Bankhead with some money hired someone from Johnson Road to shoot up Rich Homie Quan's barbershop.
Oh, he said that twice.
Rich Homie Quan's father's barbershop, correct?
I'm listening.
Is that correct? You said that in two different interviews. Okay. Now, the reality, Mr. Copeland, is once you were given immunity as a witness in this case, you testified in court earlier when Ms. Hilton was asking questions that it was in fact you and Trevante Turner who shot up Rich Homie Quan's barbershop, didn't you?
Yeah, he said that last week.
How many times don't go over this?
You and Trevante Turner, in fact, shot up Rich Homie Quan's barbershop, correct?
He sounds like a mother.
I'm listening.
The reality, Mr. Copeland, is the $25K on someone's head was completely made up by you, correct?
I'm listening.
Right.
The reality is that somebody from Bankhead with some money, those details, somebody from Bankhead with money, that was completely made up. Correct?
Right.
The reality is someone from Johnson Road being hired, and you would recognize their name if you heard it. All that was made up, on the spot, on the fly, in the mind of Kenneth Copeland, wasn't it?
Right.
That was you finessing. Just like Lil Mike and Quez were made up on the spot, the man from Bankhead with money, the man from Johnson Road, were made up characters.
I done told y'all 100 times I don't lie. You seem like you keep trying to throw it in my face. I don't admit it till I lied.
I'm not trying to throw it in your face, Mr. Copeland.
Yeah, I could see how
giving you an
Woody's
opportunity to
getting
come clean.
annoyed. Like, dude, I've told you I'm a liar.
Okay.
You know I'm a liar. You know, I get it. But
Are these
we
the
all
type
know
of
what
details-
Schart's
remember
trying
we
to
talked
do.
about details make your lies more believable to the police. Lil Quez from Etheridge, Lil Mike from Etheridge, Quez from Etheridge, man on Bankhead with money, man from Johnson Road. I would remember his name if someone said it. Are those the type of little details that you add to your finesse to make it more believable to the police?
Hell yeah, they are.
Sound like it.
Yeah, I'm not giving you my trade
We'll
secrets.
move on to another topic, okay? Your Honor, may I approach the witness with DS-30?
DS-30.
Mr. Copeland, I'm asking you to look at DS-30. Do you recognize the person on the right of that photograph?
On who right?
On your right.
Yeah.
That's Donovan Thomas, correct?
There's no.
Okay, you call him now. And in that photograph, is that a fair and accurate representation of Donovan Thomas?
Oh, to me, I mean, Schardt's been on a roll, right? He's been doing good. But this is where it starts to get, like, raining from the heavens good. Okay, this... I feel like, if I knew anything about music, I think this is like the crescendo or something. Like, we've been building up, and now we're about to be like, bang, 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 bang. I'm very excited about it. The beat is about to hit, y'all. All right, here we go. Ooh, this is about to get so good. So good. I'll try to be as quiet as I can.
That's a picture of him, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and is he wearing a chain in that photograph?
Look like it.
And that chain is, in fact, a peanut chain, correct?
I can't tell.
Well, okay, you're familiar with his chain, correct?
It's a peanut chain.
Thank you. Your Honor, I would move to...
Stop. He could see. When he's like, all right, it's a peanut chain. I acquiesce. And now it's just gonna get better and better and better. Brace yourselves, y'all. I hope you're all seated. This is so freaking good. Here we go.
Admit DS30 into evidence. Mr. Kokomo, if you could publish that picture, please.
Oh,
Hanging.
God, you guys. When I was watching this, I think I was listening as I was driving or something. I don't know. I wasn't looking at the screen. I didn't when I heard like a chain with the peanut man, I thought like a little peanut. Like I was thinking like no more than an inch big. This is a giant. This is huge. This is so tacky. I don't care what your nickname is. That's tacky. Like 2 years ago, I flew into Atlanta because I was driving up to Tennessee, and at the baggage claim, I saw no less than 2 people wearing velour jumpsuits, and I was like, oh my God, I love Atlanta. Like, I feel like only Atlanta can you wear this chain.
From Mr. Thomas's neck is essentially what the Planter's Peanut Man. It's a chain of the Planter's Peanut Man. And that is Donovan Thomas's chain, and that is a chain that he owned in 2015, correct?
I guess.
And he owned it in 2014 as well, correct?
Shit, I guess.
You don't have to zoom. It's gigantic. We could see it.
You are aware that in late 2014, Donovan Thomas's chain went missing, correct?
Right.
Someone stole it.
Is this what you want to call it?
Do you remember on January 11, 2015, the day you went to talk to Detective Thorpe? Detective Thorpe asked you about your relationship with Donovan Thomas, right?
Relation?
Mr. Kokomo, could you publish DS18A, which is States 378 Yankee Alpha, which is January 11, 2015, 3:14:23 to 3:14:36. Just 13 seconds, if you could listen.
I talked first each other while I was I didn't do it. I never had a problem with it. I never had 2 words to each other. Me and that was always okay. You know what I'm saying? The only person I had a problem with was Kid. I already knew him. So when we see each other, when I knew him.
Okay, Mr. Kokomo, could you now publish DS18B, which is from January 11, 2015, 3:20:50 to 3:21:04 a.m.
So we never had a problem with that. Nothing like okay. Never cool. Okay. We just had a problem with Kid. Yes. Schardt killed him. So you bitch.
Mr. Kokomo, could you publish DS18C, which is from the same interview, same exhibit, 3:30:31 to 3:31:02?
See how fucking prepared Schardt is? He's just, go, 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 go. Not the state. They're always tripping all over themselves. Oh, where's this? I gotta hit fast forward. This is so much better. Again, this is, you get what you pay for. Government, we don't like paying taxes, versus private.
I just don't want him. So I got you. Yeah, that's an ass with you. But I know they saying like, I didn't know that was over. I did something. I know that, you know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to go to jail. I ain't trying to jail. I ain't trying to go to nobody. None of this. Ain't never had a problem. You know what I'm saying? Somebody, I will show it to you. A person come to my kitchen and say, you're going to die tonight. They come to my kitchen and say, you're going to die. You're going to die.
And finally, Mr. Kokomo, could you play DS18D, which is from the same interview, 3:41:50 to 3:42:45 a.m.
So prepared.
I don't know what to do, but I didn't do it. Like, I'm lost, like right now, I really am, man. I'm scared. I'm lost. I always wonder if I can't think, man. Like, I don't know what to do, man. I don't, man. Cause my name coming in every time, I'll be the same way. But now somebody's dead, and I know how to feel to lose one, you know what I'm saying? I love my close one, you know what I'm saying? And now, you need to show up to mama house and stuff like that, but like, and it ain't even dead, it's a game, it's the whole clip, you know what I'm saying? They deep, you know what I'm saying? They don't think with film, I'm cause now I watch out for everybody knows. I had to watch out, and it ain't nothing I can do about it, man. I didn't have nothing to do with this. I didn't kill him, I didn't have him killed, I ain't never tried to fight him, I ain't never tried to rob him, I ain't never done nothing to nothing.
In that January 11th interview, you stated to Detective Thorpe on 4 different occasions that you never had any problem with Nut, that you and Nut were okay, correct?
I'm listening.
Okay. You specifically said, I've never tried to fight him, I've never tried to rob him, I've never tried to do nothing to Nut, right?
Mm-hmm. That's what he said.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask Mr. Kokomo to publish DS21, which is States 378 Yankee Beta from 8/11/50 to 8/13/18. Hold on one second, Mr. Kokomo. And Your Honor, I'm sorry, I'm going to ask a couple questions first. Going to your January 28, 2015 interview. Well, in general.
Let's just get to your question. You want to know, did I take the change?
We're going to get there. We're going to get there. We're going to get there.
What he says, just get to it. Let's cut to the chase, bro.
In 2014, Donovan Thomas's chain went missing, was stolen out of his car, correct?
Right.
All right. To people in hip-hop, a chain is a very personal thing, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know that?
You don't know? You're not in hip-hop? You don't have a
Mr.
chain?
Kokomo, if you could publish DS21.
Why would you steal the chain if it wasn't important?
Like, and then, like, you had somebody broke in that car and gave me a phone. And the jury, but I realized I'm ticked. You know what I'm saying? What the hell? He ain't nothing shit. But I called him, hey man, I got your shit right here, pull up on me. He come pull up on me. But before I gave that to him, I already hit me. And he was texting the kid like, come on, bro, I introduced you to these folks, bro. You just took them out. And he was like, he said, big bad, bro, kill this shit. Like, man, nigga, man, like, nigga, what else? You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, my shit, nigga, you ain't doing it for me. Yeah, this one ring. You know what I'm saying? So, nothing, big pad, right, move pad, right, move pad, right, move pad, right. Kill it, man. And he ain't say that, like, man, fuck you, whatever, you know what I'm saying? But let's pull up. That one, you don't nobody know you. You know what I'm saying? Let's pull up. Him and agree. Man, let's have to shut up. Like, right here, you start right here, you know what I'm saying? He's like, how you get it, bro? I ain't want to tell him. One of the young niggas on the vehicle getting cut.
Okay. In that story, you were saying that someone stole a chain from Nut, correct? The peanut chain.
Yeah.
And that person, and not only his chain, but his ID, his wallet, his phone, correct?
Right.
And that person happened to give you Donovan Thomas's belongings.
Right.
And you said, you told the police, you realized it was Donovan Thomas's chain. And you called Nut and wanted to return his stuff, right? And specifically, right before we paused it, you said you didn't want to tell Donovan Thomas who took it, right?
Right.
You wouldn't want to tell Donovan Thomas who took it because Donovan Thomas is what some people might say is the big homie, right? He's a gang leader. You don't just take Donovan Thomas's chain and it's all cool, correct?
I don't know.
Well, that's why you wouldn't want to tell Donovan Thomas who took it, correct? You'd want to protect whoever took that chain. You wouldn't want Donovan Thomas gunning for that person for disrespecting his property, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Mr. Kokomo, could you play DS24D, which is States 378 Yankee Delta, which is from February 21st, 2015. And this is from 5:37:44 to 5:40:26.
Man, it's so good. It is so good. Schardt is cooking. He is cooking. Okay, Woody, so the reason you don't want Donovan Thomas to know who stole his stuff is because he's a big, scary guy. Yeah. Okay.
It's not paying.
Is it popped up now?
No.
Sorry, yeah, Mr. Kokomo.
There you go.
Thank you.
He told Philip that one day, somebody had one little pop broke in the car. Stole his chain, his phone, his ID, my driver. And I gave that to him.
I gave it back to him.
I got it. Man, it's not shit, nigga. You did. My real time gonna give me some bad for it. I called him, hey man, I got the shit, bro. Like, real, bro? Like, yeah. Like, where you at? I'm in Canada. I'm on my way to Canada. He like, alright, call me, get out here. So he called me back. I'm like, shit, I'm here to wait now. He's like, alright. So when I get out here, I call him. Like, a little bit nice back. Like, shit, I ain't got no ride now. I got to run out right about 4. So I just pull up with that. I like, He pull up, bag in, having fit. Shit, he got come. Fit, big thing, what's up? Shit, nothing. Like, here you go, bro. You ready? Done up. You know what I'm saying? The shoulder thing. Come out there when it's done. But I was finding no lefty and kind of, man.
Again, on February 21st, 2015, you're telling that investigator about your partner stealing from Donovan Thomas and then giving you the chain and the phone and the wallet, and then you returning it back to Donovan Thomas, right? And you dapped him up, and you and Donovan Thomas were all good, right?
Yeah. Okay. I didn't get a chance to talk to
2015,
Kokomo.
you repeatedly said you had no problems with none. Donovan Thomas, right? January 28th, you talked about the chain. There was someone else that took it. You returned it to Donovan Thomas, wouldn't tell him who took it, but y'all were all good, right? February 21st, 2015, you again repeated that story about one of your partners taking the chain and ending up in your hands. You returned it to Donovan Thomas, you dap him up, you're all good.
Okay.
Right? Mr. Copeland, the reality is, late in 2014, you broke into Donovan Thomas's truck. Isn't that correct?
The door's open.
The reality is, you knew that was Donovan.
Oh, shit! Did you see? Nikki had the same response as me. She went like this. I went back. He said the door was open. So now Schardt, oh God, you guys, this is why I wanted to go through Schardt's whole cross with y'all. This is fucking masterful. Masterful. It is a work of art. It is beautiful. This is one of the most beautiful cross-examinations I've ever seen. He now has Woody breaking and entering in and stealing Nuts' property. It keeps going, and it keeps going. It gets worse. It gets worse and worse and worse and worse. It's so great. It's so great. Ah! Okay, let's try it. Let's go for some more. Let's get back in.
Donovan Thomas's truck. You know what he drove, right? You went into his truck and took his peanut chain, right? You knew it was Donovan Thomas's peanut chain, but you didn't care. You wanted to disrespect Donovan Thomas. You wanted to take his stuff. Isn't that correct?
It wasn't about disrespecting him.
Admits that he took it. It wasn't about disrespect. That's an admission that he took it. And mind you, he has immunity, so the state can't do shit about it. Look at them looking at each other, freaking out. Look at Hilton and Love. Look at them. Ooh.
The reality is, Mr. Copeland, that Donovan Thomas called his phone and you answered. Isn't that correct?
Thank you, Sandy.
Yeah. The reality is, you knew that Donovan Thomas knew that you stole his stuff.
I ain't steal.
Objection, speculation.
The reality is that you knew you bit off more than you could chew.
What you mean by that?
Donovan Thomas was coming after you.
Objection, speculation. Based on evidence, relevance.
Sustained.
Oh, it's very
The reality
relevant.
is, you made up this whole story about returning his chain, about your partner breaking in, and all the rest to try to throw Donovan Thomas off of your scent. Correct?
Oh,
Donovan
yes,
Thomas.
Bitch McConnell. These lawyers are working together.
Speculation.
100%.
Sustained.
When you told Detective Thorpe on January 11th, 2015, that you ain't never had no problems with Donovan Thomas, that you and Nut were cool, you never brought up the chain, did you?
For what?
When you said you ain't never tried to rob him, you ain't done nothing to Donovan Thomas, you never brought up the chain, did you?
No.
That ain't right.
Oh, it
You
was
and Donovan Thomas
stealing,
were
not
fucking-
robbing. Wow. Man. Look at those two prosecutors
TIG.
flopping around.
Stands for Think It's a Game, correct? Ms. Copeland, TIG is Think It's a Game, correct?
You know it.
Okay. That's a record label?
I guess.
That's a record label that Donovan Thomas was associated with, correct?
I guess.
Run out of Summerhill
I don't know.
neighborhood in Atlanta. Mr. Bennett, also known as Lucci, wrapped under that label. Think It's a Game, correct?
I guess.
Okay. Think It's a Game had a studio on Metropolitan Avenue in Atlanta back in 2015, correct?
I guess.
It keeps coming, guys. It keeps coming. Schardt is on a roll. Schardt is on a roll. You notice Hilton picked up her objections. She started objecting quite a bit there, huh?
Mr. Copeland, I'm going to ask you to look at DS31. Is that, do you recognize DS31?
Yeah.
Okay. That is the building that housed TIG Studios back in 2015, correct?
I guess.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask that DS31 be put into evidence, be admitted into evidence.
All right, it's admitted.
That's the studio that Lucci went to make songs, correct?
I guess.
That's the studio that Donovan Thomas would be at, correct?
I guess.
That's the studio that Rich Homie Quan would be at, correct?
I guess.
Okay. You are aware that on January 8th, 2015, late at night on January 8th, 2015, the TIG studios were shot up, correct?
Yes.
You know that, right?
Yes.
You are aware that Rich Homie Quan's truck was struck by bullets on January 8th, 2015. His windshield was shot out, correct?
I'm listening.
You don't know?
You're aware that Donovan Thomas was present at TIG Studios on January 8th, 2015. Isn't that true?
I don't hang up there.
DS22B, please, Mr. Kokomo. I would like to publish, Your Honor, DS22B, which is from January 28, 2015 interview, States Exhibit 378 Yankee Beta 72439 to 72506.
All right.
I ain't dead, bro. You got disappointed, nigga, bro. So the more you support them, the more they gonna come out and do that. If you leave them alone, then everything gonna go away. And you're like, just protect me, bro. We need y'all, bro. I need y'all to protect me. How the hell we gonna protect you? You and these niggas out here doing it. Then you're like, so you shot my truck, bro. That's out of the truck. Man, you been, you know what I mean? You been
You are talking to the police about Rich Homie Quan asking you if you shot up his truck, correct? In that interview.
That's what he just said.
I'm gonna
What did he have a 25 to do? Take it.
So, Rich Homie Quan questioned you about whether you were the person that was outside the TIG studio shooting up in that studio on January 8, 2015. Isn't that correct?
You can't question me.
He can't question me. I just love Woody's answers. He is so smart. You guys, he's so witty. You can't be stupid and witty like that. No. Okay, so now Schardt just put Woody stealing Nuts stuff and shooting up Nuts recording studio. Schardt just put Woody stealing Nuts stuff and shooting up Nuts recording studio. Now, you guys know I don't know shit about any of this stuff, right? I don't know anything about this music. I've not followed any of this. This is not my arena, right? The courtroom's my arena, but not
talking about what you told the
YSL
police.
stuff.
Talking about reality now.
Okay.
On January 6th, 2015, you were at Club Crucial.
I'm listening.
You were in possession of a large amount of money and you were showing off in front of a bunch of people that knew you, in front of a bunch of girls, correct?
I'm listening.
In front of all these people at this club, Kelvin Watts, Shell Kell, Donovan Thomas's brother, jumped you, correct?
I'm listening.
He tested you. He started punching you. He tried to take your stuff. He gave you a black eye.
He punched me in the back. He didn't hit me in my, he didn't face me off.
Oh, you had a swollen face.
Because another nigga hit me.
Okay. Who was with Shell Kell?
What's up, bro?
He was with Shell Kell, the other person that hit you?
Obviously, he went with me.
Obviously, he went with me. I mean, obviously, he went with me. I fucking love Woody.
These men, Shell Kell and his friends, tested you. Publicly. In front of a bunch of people. In front of a bunch of girls, correct?
Yep. Look at love. Look at love.
They tried to run your pockets. Right?
I'm listening.
Pardon my language, it pissed you off.
Hell yeah,
Just like
that's
you
all.
is.
Okay.
Just like you is.
2 days later.
Just like you is.
On January 8th, 2015, you found out that Nut and Rich Homie Quan were outside the TIG studios on Metropolitan Avenue, didn't you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You got in that rented Infiniti and drove up to that studio, didn't you?
Your Honor, objection, assuming facts not in evidence.
I'll allow it.
Oh, the judge is going to allow. Now, Glanville would have never allowed this line of questioning. We all know that. Glanville would have put an end to Schardt a long time ago. Glanville hated Schardt. The judge is going to allow it. Ooh, here it goes, here it goes, here it goes.
You took your gun with you. You stood outside the fence, and you shot at TIG Studios. And you put a bullet in Rich Homie Kwan's truck. Did you not?
You got proof?
Got proof?
Was Travante with you when you went to the TIG Studios?
You got proof?
You got proof?
We're going to change the subject, Mr. Copeland.
All right.
To your understanding, now you pled to the possession of a firearm case from 2021. You pled to that recently, or this year.
Say that again?
You pled to that case this year, correct? Earlier this year? The possession of a firearm that you were interviewed about on October 27, 2021?
I don't know if it was detailed last year.
Okay, fair enough. To your understanding, you still have a pending matter in front of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, correct?
Shit, I ain't no telling. I don't know.
Well, you discussed it. You gave an interview with the Danza Project recently, right?
Right.
All right, and you discussed a pending matter where your understanding is you are charged with filing a false report.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, to your understanding, you're charged with false report of a crime and false statements, 2 felonies, correct?
Right.
And the allegation is that while you're at Fulton County Jail,
Relevance as to the specific conduct or specific improper impeachment of the specific extrinsic evidence of the
Not
specific
impeachment.
incident that occurred.
Okay,
What?
I can't really
She
hear you
can't
very
even
well,
do that.
but I think we might need to approach about this anyway.
She couldn't even get out an objection. She couldn't figure out what her words were going to be. Objection. Objection, I don't like it.
you're on that, Coach?
You may.
DS 27A and DS 27B.
Yes.
I'm telling you, this week was
Mr.
the
Copeland, could
best
you just
week
look at
of
those
this
2
trial.
documents? Do you recognize those documents?
Here we go.
I seen it before, yeah.
Are those the arrest warrants taken out for you for false report of a crime and false statements that you believe are still pending against you?
Yeah.
Okay. And briefly, the allegation is that, well, Your Honor, I would move to admit DS 27A and DS 27B
There we
into
go.
evidence.
They're admitted over objection.
Oh!
Mr. Copeland.
Oh, no. You know, Glanville wouldn't have gone with what Hilton said. This judge says no. They're admitted over objection. They're fucking government records. Indictments and those kinds of government records. There should be no argument about whether or not they're admissible. On its face, admissible. Come on, lady. It's so intense right now. This is... I'm literally tearing up. It is so beautiful. It is such a beautiful cross-examination. And if you take the culmination of all 4 cross-examinations we watched, it is a fucking work of art, y'all. This is a work of art. Okay, let's go back.
Briefly, the allegations against you that you believe are pending are that you accused a jail worker or a deputy of spraying with OC spray at the jail.
Right.
And the deputies, the supervisors, reviewed the videotape from the jail and determined that the jail worker did not have OC spray on her and did not spray you with any OC spray in the jail. Isn't that correct?
Right.
Did you know that the state, while this trial was going on, dismissed that case against you?
I didn't know that.
Well, I brought you good news. May I approach with 27C?
You may.
Oh, shit! Well, I brought you good news. Oh, my God. Schardt is a boss. Schardt is a boss.
Does that document say State of Georgia versus Kenneth Copeland?
I think.
Okay. That document indicates...
You may.
Correct me if I'm wrong, does this document say, the facts of this case have been reviewed, and although it appears that probable cause existed for the defendant's arrest, the decision of the district attorney at this time is not to prosecute the above-named defendant? Is that what that says?
Yeah.
Okay. says the reasons for this decision are as follows: prosecutorial discretion. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
And
yes,
the person whose name is on this document is Fonnie T. Willis. Correct?
yes.
Yes. Yes. I feel like when Woody understands where people are going, he'll come right along with them. Unless he doesn't want to. When Schardt was trying to say Woody was trying to stay away from that, but he'll come along with it. Yeah, now he can read. Now he's totally literate. Oh man, look at Love. I have her pause. Like, look at this. Look at this. Look how confidently Schardt walks. Like, I did a cross-examination like this, and I walked that confidently. I did hair flips, man. I knew I was fucking killing it. The same way Schardt knows he's killing it right now. He knows he's on fire. He knows he is killing it, and he is feeling so good. He's just getting better and better and better and better. What happens as a lawyer, you're up there, you're a little nervous, you know, but you start to get on your roll and you're like, oh, this is good. And I'm sure he sees the jury too, right? He sees the jury and he's like, oh, the jury's eating it up. And he's like, oh, this is good. This is good. And you really, as you continue to go, you build, your confidence starts to build. Especially you looking at the jury, you're getting that positive feedback from their smiles, their nods, their recognition. And you see the witness, you see the prosecution, like, and it just builds your confidence. And at the end, you're just, oh, you're ready, you're oozing, you're super lawyer. Oh. That's where we're going. That's where we're going. Roro, you're right. I am feeling good. And part of the reason is because this has been so great to watch. My God, it has been great to watch. It's like when you, like the first time I saw the Dune remake, and I went, this shit is so good. This is not like my dad's favorite movie, the Dune movie from the 80s. It was so fucking weird. So yeah. Oh, God, y'all. Yes, Schardt is Michael Phelps right now. I swear. He's so good. He's so good. If Schardt charged $250 an hour, I'm sorry, on Wednesday morning, if Schardt was charging $250 an hour, today he's charging $300 an hour, period. Look at this confidence. He's about to, I'll show you. He's about to confidently strut back to his podium. He knows he's winning. He knows he's nailing it. And he's got to feel so good. And Shannon's got to feel good. Okay, thank you for the 1111. Republic Room. I appreciate it so much. Yes, I hair flip when I'm feeling good. I do. I be flipping my hair. And my hair is a little long right now to like effectively flip, you know, but yeah, I'll be hair flipping. Schardt is hair flipping. Schardt don't have no hair, but he's flipping it right now, y'all. He is. Thank you for the contribution of 1111. 43% of that will be going to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. This is a charity that I found on my own. They're doing great work. I think they do great, and I am contributing to them 43% of my earnings from today until September 30th. So thank you so much for that contribution. No, Miss Hilton is not pregnant. Miss Hilton is like 2 months younger than me. She turns 43 in December. She is not pregnant. She's just a 43-year-old woman. Lay off, okay? At this time, our bodies start to go through a change, okay? Chill on Miss Hilton and her fucking pregnancy. Stop. Stop with that shit. She's probably just like me. Body's starting to change. She probably feels hot all the fucking time. You know, she got the hormones going. I've gained like 10 pounds in the last year, guys. You know, like, chill. Okay? Give us 43-year-old women some space. Just give us our loose bellies, okay? Jesus. The 43 years of gravity and shitty food. All right, come on. Chill. Poor St. Nikki Hilton. Poor St. Nikki Hilton. Y'all, as if it's not bad enough to have to work next to Miss Love, y'all out here in the public going, is she pregnant? Come on, y'all. She is suffering. She is suffering. Quit. I see the ladies in the chat agree with me. They know. Everyone, all the 40-something-year-old plus women, they understand me. I have a friend told me she was hot until she turned 65. I said, oh, fuck, I can't. I cannot. Oh, thanks, Red Shot. Thanks. Okay, so, yes, our fupa, leave her alone. Leave her alone. And the camera easily adds 10 pounds. Okay, I watched a little interview with Bernie Sanders today, and he said, he goes, I know I look fat on camera, but I'm not fat. I look fat right now, but that's because I am fat right now. I gained like 10 pounds. I'm literally going on a juice cleanse on Sunday. I would go on Saturday, but my man's taking me out to dinner, so I want to be able to eat. I like eating. Then I'm going on the juice cleanse. I might be grumpy next week, just so you know, because it's going to be a lot of change. All right, back to the case. Max Schardt is feeling good. I know this feeling. And he's doing great. Let's get back into that role. Okay.
That document does not indicate that your pending charges for false report of a crime and false statement, they don't indicate that those are dismissed forever, just for now, at this time, correct?
I guess.
Okay. And nothing in that document says, we dismiss this case because we were wrong, Mr. Copeland's innocent. It said prosecutorial discretion, correct?
What do they mean?
Okay.
What'd that mean? That means they decided
They
it.
just made the decision to do it.
Oh, here. There we
All
go.
right,
Thanks, Schardt.
we can strike that part. Ask your next question.
Isn't it true?
That might have been stricken.
And you just
But
found
the
out
jury
that this
heard
was
it.
dismissed today. But isn't it true that while you were on the state's witness list to testify in this case, the state was simultaneously, at the same time, prosecuting you for false statements and false report of a crime? Isn't that true?
Mic drop.
Talk to me so I can understand.
Mic drop. Now, Woody says, tell me so I can understand. I understood. He said at the same time they're saying you're truthful and they're asking you to testify, they're prosecuting for being a liar. That's the same government, right? Same Fonnie Willis? Same DA, yeah? Same government actors? Cool.
They were calling you a liar at the same time that they were asking this jury to believe what you're saying. Isn't that true?
Oh, yeah.
Get out of here. Yeah,
Let's
Penny,
talk
you
about
were
your
right.
immunity agreement with the state. They told you in that June 10th, 2024 meeting that you did not ask for, that any crime that you talked about, they were not going to prosecute you for. Correct?
Yeah.
You can talk about shooting Rich Homie Kwan's dad's barbershop. You can talk about shooting Rich Homie Kwan's father. They're not going to prosecute you for those things, right? That's what they told you. That's the promise they made to you. Correct?
Accusation of the evidence.
Sustained.
Is that your understanding?
Nothing I say can be used against me.
There's one exception.
If I say that I did, yeah.
Okay.
The Donovan Thomas thing.
Yes.
Yes. Which we today didn't go through it deeply, but still went through that in depth with Woody. What were the two things you're not allowed to say, so on and so forth. So now we're just kind of circling back, right? So Steele had already, remember, Steele is the big fluffy part of this layer cake, right? And that's what he already established that. So now as we're putting that icing on the cake, we're just going to go back and make sure that layer is fully covered. I wish I knew how to bake, because wouldn't it be cool if I knew how to bake and I baked a cake while we went through this, and at the end we had Schardt's ice cake? That'd be so cool. But unfortunately I can't bake. And no, I'm not pregnant. I have 2 children. No more. If I have any more children, someone else will have them for me. Okay? I ain't giving birth ever again. Speaking of which, the length of this trial, the portion in front of the jury at least, has been as long as a pregnancy. At this point, we're in week 37. All right, here we go.
Mr. Copeland, you don't know any of these gentlemen back here to have a personal beef with Donovan Thomas, do you?
What you mean?
Back in 2015, you didn't know any of these gentlemen to have a personal beef with Donovan Thomas.
I never said I did.
Okay. The reality, Mr. Copeland, is you were the person who had a problem with Donovan Thomas. Isn't that correct?
Oh, God.
You were the one.
Did you see Love? Oh, shit. Oh, oh, sorry, guys. I pressed the wrong button. Oh, shit. Miss Love's face was amazing.
You got proof?
Okay, hold on. We were... Sorry, guys. I'm so
Believe her
sorry.
opinion, or that you accused a jail worker or a deputy of spraying they made to you, correct?
Accusation of the evidence.
Okay.
Sustained.
Is that your understanding?
Nothing I say can be used against me.
Okay. There's one exception.
If I say that I did,
Sorry I pushed that button, guys. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much, Amani, for the $19.99. 43% of that will go to the National Center for Missing and Exploiting Children. I so appreciate your contribution.
Gentlemen, back here, to have
Okay, here we go.
personal
Backwards.
beef with Donovan Thomas, do you?
Watch Miss Love.
what you mean?
Back in 2015, you didn't know any of these gentlemen to have a personal beef with Donovan Thomas.
I never said I did.
Okay. The reality, Mr. Copeland,
Watch Miss Love.
is you were the person who had a problem with Donovan Thomas. Isn't that correct?
Did you see that? I'm confident at least one juror saw that. You know, you got 13 people back there, 14 now. And I am confident at least one of them saw that. Let's just do it again here. We're at, where are we at? 8. Let's just go back a half a second.
Made the decision to do it.
All right, that we can strike that part. Ask your next question.
Okay. Watch
Isn't it
Miss
true?
Love.
And you just found out that this was dismissed today. But isn't it true
Oh, oops,
that while you were on the state's witness list to testify in this case, the state was simultaneously, at the same time, prosecuting you for false statements and false report of a crime? Isn't that true?
Talk to me so I can understand.
They were calling you a liar at the same time
Watch the
that
lawyers.
they were asking this jury
Look at
to
Miss
believe
Love.
what you're saying. Isn't that true?
Oh, yeah.
Watch Miss Love. Just
Let's talk
watch
about
Miss
your
Love.
immunity agreement with the state.
Just keep an eye on Miss Love.
They told you in that June 10th, 2024 meeting that you did not ask for that any crime that you talked about, they were not going to prosecute you for. Correct?
Yeah.
You can talk about shooting Rich Homie-Kwan's dad's barbershop. You can talk about shooting Rich Homie-Kwan's father. They're not going to prosecute you for those things, right? That's what they told you. That's the promise they made to you. Correct?
Miss Love. Watch Miss Love.
Accusation of the evidence.
Sustained.
Is that your
Just
understanding?
watch her the next
Nothing I say can be used against
minute.
me.
Okay. There's one exception.
If I say that I did, yeah.
Okay. The Donovan Thomas thing.
Yes.
Look at her. Look at her. Look at her.
Mr. Copeland, you don't know any of these gentlemen back here to have a
Watch.
personal
Keep a
beef
close
with
eye.
Donovan Thomas,
Keep
do
a
you?
close eye on her.
What you mean?
Back in 2015, you didn't know any of these gentlemen to have a personal beef with Donovan Thomas.
I never said I did.
Okay. The reality, Mr. Copeland,
Watch.
is you were the person who had a problem with Donovan Thomas. Isn't that correct? You were the one that broke into Donovan Thomas's car, correct?
Some effects on another.
Threw her hands, shook her head. Adrian is pissed. Oh yeah, Whitaker is eyeing the prosecutor case.
You've admitted to it. You're the one that stole Donovan Thomas's chain, correct? Ms. Copeland, you're the one that shot up Donovan Thomas's friend,
Love
Rich Homie Kwan's
frantically
father's
writing.
barbershop in 2014, correct? You're the one that was going back and forth with Donovan Thomas's brother, Kelvin Watts, correct? You've called his brother a waste of space in October 2021, didn't you?
Mr. Copeland's not answering the question.
Okay, remember I told you earlier, it doesn't matter what their answer is. It matters the question. It matters that I said the question out loud in front of the jury. That's all Schardt is looking for. That's why he doesn't care if Woody's answered. He doesn't give a shit. He just wants the jury to hear his words.
So
Yeah,
these are
apparently
responses.
Mr. Schardt doesn't care whether he answers or not. So
No, he doesn't.
fine with me.
Actually, you couldn't give less
If he
shit.
wants an answer, he can say that.
You called Kelvin Watts a waste of space in October 2021, didn't you?
And I don't think nobody on earth would not agree with it.
You said that people would cheer if he died. Correct?
I will. Back in the days.
I will.
You've shot at Donovan Thomas's brother, Kelvin Watts, correct? You're the one who got jumped by Donovan Thomas's brother on January 6, 2015 at Club Crucial, correct? You, not any of these gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And you're the one that shot up TIG recording studio on January 8th, 2015. Isn't that correct?
Look at the judge. Look at him.
Let me ask you something, Mr. Copeland.
The judge is into this, y'all.
You were asked about the green.
He is Now, I don't know if you noticed, but most of the time, judges are like this. Like, then they hear the word objection, they sustain. You know, they're not really paying attention. Maybe they're playing a video game on their phone or something, right? She is all eyes on Schardt, eyes to Woody, eyes to Schardt, eyes to Woody, eyes to Schardt. Like, she is in this. She even put her hair in a damn ponytail. She said, damn, they really fight. Okay, hold on. This is a story. Let me pull my hair back. She pulled her hair back. And and I'm doing it now too. Everyone is on the edge of their damn seat, y'all. She is watching the ping pong. If the judge, who was a lawyer, you got to be a lawyer first to be a judge, and sits here and does this bullshit all day. Okay, she's been a judge since 2017, so it's 7 years of just listening to just mundane stories, probably the same stories over and over again, right? And she's not a juror. This is not new to her. This is not fresh. After a decade in this job, it's like you don't see anything new. It's all the same shit, just different faces, really. She is intently focused on Schardt. So if someone who has no reason to even care what's going on, except for the fact she has to make these general rulings here and there, is this focused, imagine how the jury is paying attention right now. If the judge is this focused on him, imagine the jury's focus. Oh God, I am sure the jury, like us, is on the edge of their damn seat. They're watching as intently as Whitaker.
Store by Attorney Steele, right? The green store, you're familiar?
Yeah.
That's actually called Mommy's Grocery in Delhi on Glen Street, correct?
I guess.
Okay. You estimated that the driving time is 5 minutes.
Okay, she tuned out again.
The truth is, to get from the green store
she's back.
to where Donovan Thomas was gunned down, you have to drive a couple hundred feet on Glen Street and take a right onto McDaniel, correct? That's how you get there, right over the tracks. The truth is, it takes less than a minute to make that drive. Isn't that correct? Mr. Kokomo, could you play published DS24F? This is February 21st, 2015, 378 Yankee Delta from 622.59 to 624.01.
He just put Woody a minute away from Nut at the time of the killing. Schardt just put Woody a minute away from Nut at the time of the killing, y'all. Even YFN Whitaker is like,
I got somebody, I don't know his name. He called him. The night, well, that way they know I got killed with.
And we're going to start it over, Mr. Copeland, because I didn't provide any context. You spoke on a gang meeting that the Bloods had about you on that Thursday before Donovan Thomas was killed, correct? Ms. Pokemon, could you play DS24?
I got somebody, I don't know his name. I got man, somebody, I don't know his name. He called the night. Well, I forgot what day they got killed, but it was a Friday night. No, it was Thursday night. They had a barbecue. But barbecue did about it was bloody and everything bloody. And the whole meeting was based upon me. They was all in there talking about this and this, talking about this and this. So the nigga Mo was on the phone. So Mo told everybody, all I need, every last one of y'all, whoever 90s scraps here, whoever else nickname, supposed to kill me. They gave all of them guns. The same night, they gave every last one gun. Say, treat me to a gas station and kill me. I forgot what else. But he called and told me everything he said. Is this person in front of yours?
The Bloods had a gang meeting on the Thursday before Donovan Thomas was killed, 2 days before, on the same day that you shot up TIG Studios. Isn't that correct?
I don't know what you're talking about.
In that statement to the police, you said that the whole meeting was based on me. Not them, on you.
Uh-oh. So the Bloods are having
that Mo, from behind the wall, had put the green light on you. Not anyone else. He put the green light on you for what was going on with you.
We know
the guy
Mo.
who stole from Donovan Thomas. The guy who shot up the studio with Rich Homie.
Hold on. Mo from the behind the wall is Montana. We heard about Montana last week when Hilton played the jail call of Shannon Stillwell calling the Bloods, begging that the other Bloods be told not to mess with him while he's in jail, which is where we got the I shine, you shine, we shine sound. So Woody said Mo from behind the wall. That's gotta be Montana from the jail. They put a hit out on Woody. This is crazy. Grateful you're gonna have to wait. It's another 20-30 minutes with me today, guys. I know this is a long show. We've been together 4 freaking hours, but I wanted, when I saw this cross, I thought I have to share this with my viewers. Like, this is what I'm doing. So I'm here. I'm locked in with you. Okay.
Quan and Donovan Thomas in the studio that night.
Yeah, objection. I was assuming facts not in the evidence and harassment of the witness.
Get out of here. She overruled
You told the police at that meeting, Donovan Thomas went whoop, approved of the orders to kill you. You told the police that the gang members handed out guns to younger people. And the plan was to trick you to come to the gas station. And the only reason you were killed is because someone told you about it. In January 2015, Donovan Thomas was coming after you.
Extra speculation, again, assuming facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
Mr. Copeland.
Doesn't matter.
You're not the type of guy to back down, are you?
All right.
Oh my.
Okay, I know that the state is going to have redirect, but I think it's going to last longer than we've got for this evening. So we will come back on Tuesday of next week to finish up with Mr. Copeland. So, Mr. Copeland, if you can be back here with us at 9 a.m. on Tuesday of next week.
Please.
All right. Okay, so I am going to excuse y'all, except I'd like for you to stay after for a minute.
Oh.
If you don't mind.
That's
the
why
rest
we
of
had to
you-
go 4
rest of
hours,
you-
y'all, because Mr. Maxwell Schardt showed up to court this week. My God, he showed up. Welcome, GT Massive. Welcome to the membership. I'm so glad you're here. Thank you to all my members, y'all. Woo! That was the best cross I have ever witnessed. I mean, that was masterful. That's the kind of cross-examination that you dream about giving. You know, that's how we all imagine ourselves in the courtroom, you know? And like, wow, he actually is that in the court. I mean, this week was the best and most interesting week of the trial by far. At the end of that, again, I come from this like the jurors. I don't know anything that's gone on. I don't know anything about these people. At the end of Schardt's cross, I am convinced that it was all Woody. That it was all Woody. That Nut was killed by Woody. I'm convinced of this. Like, that cross has me convinced. So good. I know what this reminds me of. Y'all ever heard of Baskin Robbins, aka 31 Flavors? That place is amazing. And they have birthday cakes, okay? And their cakes have like cake, and then they have a big thick layer of ice cream. And then they have literally the world's best frosting. And then they have like these big chunks of frosting to decorate, okay? So steel was the cake. Weinstein was the first ice cream. It was a chocolate cake, and then we're gonna do, I'm gonna go peanut butter theme. So we'll do like a peanut butter and chocolate middle layer, and then we had Matthews on the top with another peanut butter chocolate layer, and then we have Mr. Schardt come around and ice that hoe in absolutely the best icing that has ever existed. So my understanding is they talked to the juror, dealt with that, and then the judge, YFN Whitaker, told the parties to deeply consider coming up with some kind of deal. Here's the thing though. I don't think Fawny how do you make Lauren shut the fuck up? Oh, give her $100. Oh my god, thank you, GT Massive. My god, that's amazing. Oh my god, amazing. $43 of that is gonna go to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Amani, the $4.99. Thank you so much. 43% of that going to this National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Can Ryan get his charges dismissed for ineffective counsel? I don't think I've heard his lawyer. Oh, are you talking about Lil Rod? Lil Rod's lawyer talks. She's done motions. She's been a good lawyer. She has been a good lawyer. And the ineffective counsel, that's something you use in appeal. Okay? Like, that is something you use at appeal to try to say that's why I lost. All right. So how does Hilton come back from that? How do you redirect? It's a job I am glad I don't have. Thankfully, I've never been in a courtroom when another lawyer had a masterful performance. Okay, I've always been the masterful performance. I've never had to deal with like such like impact. Like, how do you redirect? Well, here's where you start. So here's what I think. This is me. If I'm the prosecution, which I never would be, because I would rather be dead than work for the government. I would rather be dead than be part of the long arm of the law. For a really long time, I wanted to be president of the United States. In fact, that's why I went to law school, because I wanted to be president of the United States. But at a certain point, I realized in order to be president, I would have to work for the government and then like work my way up, like what's her ass? What's her name? Fuck, I forgot. She's running for president. I forgot her name. Oh, Kamala Harris. I would have to like work for the government like Harris did, and I just don't want to do that. You know, y'all know I'm not into working for the like I'm not gonna work my way up the government. Fuck that shit. So I don't want to be president anymore due to that. But here's what I would do if I was in Hilton's shoes. Again, would never be in her shoes ever in a million years. The only time I'd work for the government is if I ran the whole fucking thing. If y'all elected me president, that's it. Okay, so if I were her on Thursday, I would take a nap. Full stop. I would sleep in, probably hit the gym, maybe do like a full body workout, good hour and a half, no time pressure. Okay. Then would come back to my office and I would turn on the cross-examinations, re-listen to them. As I go through them, I would make sure I have every point that they made that is important enough for me to like actually confront, okay? And like every point that's important for me to counter, I would get all of those down, so I'd figure out what all of those were. Then on that list, I would figure out what piece of evidence that's already been admitted can I use to contribute this point with Woody. And that's how I would go and build my redirect. Now, again, I told you it's frustrating because she has 5 days to build her redirect. And I would have really liked if they were able to kind of pull Woody a little longer, get into Tuesday, then pass him. Maybe if Harvey had got up and started some questioning, then they could have passed him on Tuesday, and they still would have a big time to do redirect because they would still have this 5-day break and they'd only have Harvey, but at least their redirect would be a little more like on the fly. Alas, they got the benefit of the 5 days, you know. It's the way it works, the way the cookie crumbles, right? So, that is it. Oh, what is that, Evie? My shoes are worn out from stomping my feet because I happen to be a foot stomper. When I get frustrated, I stomp my foot. A lot. Ask my son. He'll tell you. I get pissed. My foot starts going down real hard. I had a friend, we were in mock trial, she was trying to get this question, and she kept getting objected, and like every time she would go, oh, and like and we're like in the middle of the mock trial, she's in front of the fake jury, you're like, oh. But after like the 6th time, she finally got her question out, so, you know, sometimes getting that energy out of your body does help. Okay, I wanted to remind you all that on Wednesdays, I am recapping the Sarah Boone trial. That's the lady who zipped her boyfriend into a suitcase and maybe dumped him down the stairs, certainly left him there, and then he died. So her case is interesting. Her trial starts on October 7th. Every Wednesday, I'm kind of like building us to that till we get to the trial, and then I'm recapping that trial. Every Friday at 10 a.m., I recap the Young Thug trial. Not every Friday is it as exciting as it was this Friday. It was great. Republic Room, I need that Texas emoji. That's awesome, that Texas flag emoji. So please join me on Wednesdays so that we, you know, to follow that case. It's very interesting. Sarah Boone is very interesting. And then come back and join me next Friday at 10 a.m. Central here. I hope y'all had fun today. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you all my members, everyone that hit like, everyone who contributed. Thank you for your contributions. GT Massive, the $100, it's amazing. I mean, wow, y'all, thank you. Thank you so much for being here today, and I will see you again very, very soon.